Folks, as much sexual euphoria as I get from making all of you wait, I haven't streamed much lately, which means I'm excited to get into it, you know? I'm here. It's now. I don't want to wait any longer. So happy to be here. Happy to be back. Love you all so much. Just been a little off the grid for the past week. Had Conyer CC of Twitch fame over for a little while. That was super fun. Had a great time. Love him. Great, fantastic. But I miss the grind. But I do miss the grind. And we have so much fucking content to get through. It's actually insane. We have such an unbelievable amount of stuff to get through. I am very excited. Why waste time? Why prelude when we can just fucking do it? Why prelude? Now, as I'm sure many of you are aware, today is the Did I Get My Ass Clapped in Smash? We didn't actually play Smash. Actually, there was no ass clapping at all. All very above board. No even hand holding, between Conyer and I. That's because, you know what? We friend zoned each other, which means we're friends. That's how it works, When you're friends with somebody, you respectively and mutually sort of move yourselves into the friend zone. Now, we have so much stuff to talk about, folks. So much stuff. Now, as many of you know, of course, the New Hampshire primaries are today. Most of those polls are going to be closing around 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. EST, which is 4 to 5 p.m. PST, where I am, which means in 2 to 3 hours. So at the end of the 4-hour stream, we're probably going to see who won New Hampshire. But until we reach that point, there's not much for me to cover in the way of New Hampshire. So I guess we're just going to have to go over all the shit I missed over the past week, aren't we? Ooh. All right, folks. Before I do that, I have 2 donations here. Straka with the tier 1 sub. You subbed 2 days ago. I would have caught that if I was streaming more. Wasn't going to leave a message, but I wouldn't want anyone to think I do this out of generosity. I only sub for the Dix emote. Thank you for clarifying, comrade. Very, very much appreciated. And the Pie Man with the $5. Friendly reminder that liking girls is gay. True. Because girls like dick, and that's gay. Squad W. That is also true. Altogether, liking anyone is exceptionally homosexual. True alpha males live their entire life in a perpetual state of stoic nihilism, and now we have the donations rolling in. Well, nice try, you attention whores. I love you all, and I love your money, but we are absolutely getting to the content before we get too much farther in. Please, can we get a little bit of a feel good before we get anything started? Look at this shit.
Candidates that I really like, and so I felt like I when I finished voting, I was still undecided.
So quiet.
Including Elizabeth, including Michael Bennett, for that matter.
Now that's sort of a paradox, to decide and then feel undecided. So you're a complex person.
Well, yes, but I want to say the reason I went for Bernie is because of MSNBC. And
Go on.
Go on.
I think it is completely cynical to say that he's lost 50% of his vote from the last time when there were 2 candidates. Now there are multiple wonderful candidates who would be great presidents and people that I think that we can unify and get behind. But the kind of the stop Bernie cynicism that I heard from a number of people, I watch MSNBC constantly, so I heard that from a number of commentators, and so it made me angry enough. I said, okay, Bernie's got my vote.
This is such a...
Imagine, oh man, oh god, dude, imagine watching MSDNC constantly and still coming away supporting Bernie Sanders. Imagine them failing that hard to keep control of the narrative. That is just, ooh, that is fucking extraordinary to me. This is like lib shit central, and still this woman has found a way. Because, and this is what they're doing. They're doing this all the time, The MSNBC commentators. I'm not Sam Cedar, okay? I'm not Kalinsky. I'm not going to go through every fucking news cycle. But I have to say, Some of the stuff that's been going on in MSNBC, the most recent discussion, what she was referring to specifically, was that lately there's been, I guess over the past month or so, there have been more and more people who have been leveraging this fake complaint against Bernie. That's that he's lost ground since 2016, that he's not polling as high. The obvious answer to this being, in 2016, there were 2 candidates. Now there are like 10. Nobody's polling as high as they were back then because the vote is being split amongst more people. But these big media figures, these people who are responsible for disseminating information to millions and millions of people, are pushing this like it's an argument. They know what they're doing. They know it's an invalid argument, because if we're going by the standard of, hey, their vote share is less than what it would have been back in 2016, that would apply to every single candidate in the race. Bloomberg, Buttigieg, Biden, Warren, Klobuchar, none of them are even close to what Hillary was at back in 2016. So shit, I guess Bernie's pulling ahead, right? They're lying to you, folks. Fake news. It really is fake news. If there's ever a time to distrust corporate DNC addled media, it is around this time. And I do not believe, and I'm sorry any Destiny fans here who are very sort of, aware of the conspiratorial narrative circling around lefties these days. There is no explanation. There is no explanation. None. Absolutely none. For seasoned media veterans making statements like that, except them being complicit in forming a narrative. These are people with higher degrees of media training than me, higher levels of education than me, who are briefed before and after air segments, who have access to the highest echelon of competency when it comes to news and the analysis of news. And they are nonetheless delivering to you takes like, hey guys, can't help but notice Bernie Sanders' slice the pie here at a party with 10 people is smaller than it was back at the old party with 2 people. That's what they give to you. They know what they're doing, folks. I mean, that kind of stuff doesn't happen accidentally. I have tremendous faith in the intelligence and the competence of our trusted DNC-approved media officials when they're not covering something contrary to their interest, you know? But this time, you know, they're leaning on the scale a little bit. Speaking of people who like to lean on the scale to sway an outcome, you see this Bloomberg shit? You listen to this? You listen to this Bloomberg audio? Man.
95% of your murderers and murder victims fit in one MO. You can just take the description, Xerox it, and pass it out to all the cops. They are male, minorities, 15 to 25. That's true in New York, it's true in virtually every city. That's true. Why? Because we put all the cops in the minority neighborhoods. Yes, that's true. Why do we do it? Because that's where all the crime is. And the way you get the guns out of the kids' hands is to throw them against the wall and frisk them.
And then banging my head into this.
I think we disproportionately stop whites too much and minorities too little.
You know, I've talked about racial profiling before. I think this is as good a time as any to talk about this, because there are people on CNN right now who are defending Bloomberg after this audio came out. I don't have the segment in front of me. I don't have the segment. But on CNN, a bunch of talking heads listened to that audio, and then they started shit-talking the person who leaked it and complained that they have a bias, or that they're introducing a bias to the electoral process. If chat can find the segment, you know. Now, mind you, Bloomberg has done business with the corporation that owns CNN before, you know, a little bit of that, you know, that sneaky backdoor multi-billion-dollar exchange of wealth that takes place when you're one of the wealthiest and most powerful people in the history of the planet. You know, just Classic. Here we are, folks. Nice. Thank you, chat. I can always rely on you in a pinch. So here's the CNN clip.
So here's the thing. Important context here. We don't have the full tape. So
where's the context to this statement? CNN asked. You all heard the full clip. Bloomberg saying, "Yeah, we need to profile black people. We put cops in these neighborhoods because they're all the murderers." But where's the context?
So this is obviously snippets that have been released. The podcaster and the writer that released this sound is clearly a Bernie supporter.
Oh, man! Oh, the level of manufactured consent, dude. The level of manufactured consent. Information could be released. We could get HD fucking Epstein surveillance tapes of Bloomberg, hey, who was in Epstein's Black Book, mind you, fucking a child on the Lolita Express. And if that shit released, CNN would take a second, contemplate their navel, and then ask, but did the person who released the tape say which presidential candidate they were in favor of? Because this really seems like a Bernie move. What absolute disgusting, despicable pieces of shit. God, dude, I love the fires. I love being a populist. Imagine having to defend this. Imagine being a corporate shill. Can you fucking imagine having to defend this?
If you look at his Twitter feed, he's very anti-Bloomberg. He is promoting a hashtag, Bloomberg is a racist. We don't know how he got the sound to begin with, so lots of questions are being asked, especially on the timing of this. As you noted in your introduction, a poll yesterday shows Bloomberg rising in the polls and particularly strong support in the African-American community. He polled at 22%.
Complete pivot. Now, again, I know a lot of people have forgotten this. I know a lot of people have this has slipped their mind. I get it. I understand. The news is supposed to report on information, not play defense for the billionaire buddies of their corporate network. I don't know. The meaning has kind of gotten lost somewhere along the line. That is what the news is supposed to do. So when a voice tape comes out like this, which is, mind you, devastating, or at least it should be, and the talking heads here are briefed. They're briefed on this. They don't just come to this conclusion individually to ignore this incredibly damning evidence and then immediately start rambling about Bernie Bros again. They don't do that of their own volition. They're briefed beforehand. It's their job, When they get this and they're briefed, the reason why this happens is because there is an inextricable link between the powerful systems in our country and the wealthy people who preside over them, and that it is impossible for this system, as it exists, to treat fairly competitions in which some participants are members of the billionaire class and some members are not. It's as simple as day, folks. Billionaires shouldn't be able to run for president. Billionaires shouldn't exist because they're like black holes in the space-time fabric, They distort everything around them. They're not little individual agents, just little ministers of free speech. They are tidal waves of wealth and influence who distort everything around them. And when an audio tape comes out like this, and you've got talking heads who are immediately like, well, a Bernie supporter leaked it. We don't know where this audio came from, even though it's been online for 5 years and only recently was rediscovered because Bloomberg is running for president. Then you know you're not dealing with news organizations here. I want to talk, by the way, really quickly about the actual racial profiling thing. Because I think it's important to actually discuss this, because a lot of people, and I know you're watching right now, and you're thinking, well, hold on. What's wrong with what Bloomberg said? Black people do commit a wildly disproportionate amount of violent crime. That's true. And police are supposed to stop violent crime. I mean, the math checks out. A lot of people don't understand why there's an issue with this. And I'd like to lay bare an instance of this being a terrible system, and it can be found, in fact, in the audio Bloomberg provided us. Here, we can go back and check really quick, actually. Bloomberg kind of lets us know, right off the bat, what the issue is with this line of thinking. Check it out.
That's true in New York. It's true in virtually every city. That's true. Why? Because I it and pass it out to all the cops. They are male minorities, 15 to 25. That's true in New York. It's true in virtually every city. That's true. Why? Because we put all the cops in minority neighborhoods. Yes, that's true. Why do we do it? Because that's where all the crime is.
The profile of a murderer is a person of color, male, 16 to 25. Why? Well, because we put the cops in their neighborhoods. Well, why do we do that? Because that's where the crime is. Do you see the problem with this logic here? There are always going to be more arrests in the areas where you put police. That's how it works. It's circular logic, folks. And you get a system that replicates itself. Watch, very easy system for you to imagine in your head, okay? We can do this, we can run this along together, okay? Let's say, for example, you have a poor inner city black community, okay? Not exactly uncommon here in this country. And you have, let's say, a middlingly high crime rate. Maybe a little higher than like the suburb areas, or a little bit higher than the sort of adjacent white suburbanite areas. But altogether, the crime differential isn't super substantial, But then the police chief, who is trying to combat as much crime as possible with the limited resource that he or she has, sends more police officers over to the black neighborhoods, knowing that they commit more crime, so maybe the police will be, needed more there. I mean, that's good logic. It makes sense. You have a finite number of resources. You send those resources where they're needed. Except, what that invariably means, the next time the crime statistics come around and get recorded, the next census or the next, Justice Department study, you will find that that neighborhood now has an even higher crime rate, disproportional to its surrounding neighborhoods. And there are two reasons for that. For one, you send more cops there. They're going to notice more crime. There are more cops there, obviously. I mean, what else are they doing, of course? If you send no cops to a neighborhood, you will find out that neighborhood has basically no crime rate. I mean, funny how that works, right? Abolish all cops, maybe crime will go away forever. Not really, of course. We know how this works. If you send cops to an area, they'll find crime. But the second reason is even more pernicious. You see, the more cops there are in an area, the more crime you find. But the more crime you find, the more lives you tear apart. Getting arrested's a pretty big deal, especially if you're poor, especially if you can't afford a lawyer to defend you, especially if you can't afford bail. Ruins people's jobs, can tear families apart, leads to the shutdown of businesses, leads to a fluctuating and unsustainable system of labor being transferred in and out of prisons. And now we have another issue. The crime rate isn't just rising because police are noticing more crimes because they're being sent there disproportionately. The crime rate is rising because criminality is rising. And criminality is rising because of the consequences of more people being arrested. So the police chief now has to send more cops to this fucking neighborhood because a disparity which once existed has now grown worse. And the only way, it seems in his mind, to fix this is to send more police officers. Mike Bloomberg is the king of stop and frisk. Mike Bloomberg is a little stop and frisk king. You see in this chart? Some people say Bloomberg inherited stop and frisk. Nope. He increased it by 6 to 7 times. And he only stopped after civil rights lawsuits started dragging at his coattails. You'll notice, by the way, that it didn't actually lead to an increase in stops that led to further action. This is collected by the New York Civil Liberties Union, pretty trustworthy outlet. Imagine increasing stop and frisk by this degree and not increasing the number of people who actually get caught on anything. No relationship between these data points. Yeah, he just used it to harass people. By the way, not white people. Bloomberg wasn't harassing white people. You heard it there in his goddamn interview.
And
Fortunately, stop whites too much and minorities too little. Fortunately, stop whites too much and minorities too little.
There you go. So we have a system that we know does not work. We know this is a non-functioning system. The stop and frisk thing, I mean, what are you going to do? You'll notice the little orange line down here is a percentage of the big yellow line. You'll notice that the percentage of stops that resulted in further action only increased when the total number of stops decreased, almost as though telling your police officers to indiscriminately target young black men for stop and frisk leads to a decrease in the viability of this method to actually detect criminality. Funny how that works. Something to be pointed out: stop and frisk, Bloomberg's policies perpetuate a cycle of institutional racism and of income inequality. But that's grade level sociology. I mean, you could learn that in 8th grade. That's not the bada boom. You know, the bada boom here, the big one, the big cheese, is that not only is behavior inexcusable, and by the way, very presidential. It's very presidential to be racist. Not only that, but the talking heads at CNN are willing to go up to bat for him. This is a guy who hasn't participated in any debates. Just bought his way, just bought a bunch of ads. Bloomberg could have spent this entire campaign so far eating potato chips on a couch. He just writes checks to his campaign manager. Now, he has walked around a little bit. He posed for that gay ice cream commercial. One time he grabbed the dog's face. He's obviously been doing stuff. Has he been doing enough stuff to warrant one of the largest news networks on the planet defending him baselessly and redirecting the conversation away from the inexcusable racism that he is enabling and enabled through his policies as mayor? I don't think so. I think that's pretty cringe, personally. Bloomberg is a shit candidate and a shit human being, and he is one of the most powerful people in the world. True. Yes, he does indeed eat hot chip, and he does indeed lie. Bloomberg is arguably more racist than Trump. True. Let me go over donos really quick. Then we have so much more. We just have so much more to get through, my friends. So much more. And by the way, gotta say, happy to be here with all of you. I love all of you so much. I hope you know that. No parasocial Reno. Just love spending time with you guys. Love spending time with you guys, you know? I miss this. Oh, I will, Hyena. Dracoris Felving with $5. So which right-winger are you going to enlighten and drag onto our side next? Legit, I'm actually loving seeing that. I mean, I want to talk to Chris Ray Gun and Armored Skeptic, and John Doyle actually messaged me at 5 a.m. today. He was like, you up, you know, on Twitter. So we'll see how that goes, okay? Somnio Static with the $5. Please don't talk about the Oscars. I'm sorry, my friend. I'm sorry, my friend. There's no stopping this train. Sadabre with the tier 1 sub, thank you. Monthly reminder that you still have yet to debate Shrek and his swamp's fascistic immigration policy. I'm deeply disappointed in you for ignoring such a crucial issue for so long. I am sorry, comrade. Actually, delving into the politics of Shrek sometime would make for a really great segment, because I've talked a lot about it before. Hammer Time with the $1. Bernie needs people to man the phones. 8, and then the Bernie Sanders call link. That is true, folks. Hey, you probably can't call while watching my streams, but you absolutely can text bank if that's something you're comfortable doing. Give it a shot, folks. BernieSanders.com/text. Attend a training webinar. Maybe you'll find the love of your life at that training webinar. Who knows? Probably not, but who knows, right? DDXion with $3. A reminder, for the first time in this election cycle, Bernie is leading nationally according to RCP polling. That is true. Bernie is leading Bernie is leading by almost every metric in every major, in every sense, for the general election, or for the primary, sorry, for the general primary. Valaith with the $10. Thank you very much, comrade. I very much appreciate it. You did see this leaked speech from Bloomberg, right? I did see this leaked speech from Bloomberg. I did notice this. Thank you for keeping us in the know, comrade. No doubt you donated that before I actually went over it, but I appreciate the $10. BDW Williamson with the $2. Big Dick Wilson here, and take some change. Thank you, comrade. I love change. Not Obama, though. The Progressive Frequency with the $6.90. How many whys will Biden spam after Bernie wins New Hampshire? Dude, Biden is way down. Way down in the New Hampshire polling. I think his campaign has I think his campaign has just backed off New Hampshire. Personally. 21st Century Socialist with the $5. You love to see it. Liberty Hangout arguing for an American feudal monarchy under the Trump dynasty, and that real libertarians don't support democracy. Yeah. Libertarian Hangout's Twitter account is just fascist. Yeah, I'd rather live under a Catholic monarchy than liberal democracy. It's just fascist. It's just like populist fascist rhetoric. That's it. The Liberty Hangout thing. It's just a meme. Like, it's super cringe. You know, super cringe. Holy shit. That's me. Indigo Bird. Jesus Christ. Are you the person who made this? What the fuck? That's my face. It's the smug face too. From the what was it? That wasn't the Sargon debate. That was the Nick Fuentes Catboy video where I made this face. I remember that. I remember it fondly. You even got my keloid right. I appreciate the dedication to accuracy. You like this Vosh better than the actual one? Oh, that's life, you know. Sometimes art is better than reality. Thank you very much, Indigo. Phenomenal art. I am very much an appreciator of the arts. It looks beautiful. Will the real Vosh please stand up? Yeah, I can't even tell which one's me anymore. Fuck. I'll donate money if you get him removed. I'll get him removed eventually. Good shit, comrade. Thank you so much. That is very, very kind. Tweet that at me. I'll retweet it. The only drawing I did recently. Did I show this on stream? I forget if I showed this on stream, but... Okay. I forget if I showed this on stream, but I drew Noi from Dorohedoro. That's the drawing I did. Yeah, I drew boobies. See, look, this is ripe milkies, you know? There we go. My camera's depth of focus. I drew it during the stream. Oh yeah, I did draw this during stream, didn't I? What the fuck is that face? I was trying to interpret the face that she has in Dorohedoro, because she has like a big forehead and a big jaw, and she has kind of like a small face, but she's drawn differently in the anime, and I don't draw anime, so I tried to interpret that. I'm actually fairly happy with how it came out. I like the face looking a little wonky. I think it looks kind of cute. Have I debated Destiny yet? Yeah, I did like 5 years ago. Hold on. Let's finish donos and then we'll move on. I love you all, okay? Doing great. Rappy with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. Came in a bit late. Hope I don't miss too much. Only a takedown of Bloomberg, but we'll be going farther than that. Gigaroo with the $1. My dad works as a small investor. He talks to people, mostly his friends, and takes their money to invest in films and buildings and stuff. In county where I live, we're a bit higher than middle class. Will he get a guillotine? Please say no. What? The point of the revolution isn't to punish and enact vengeance against everyone above a certain income line. It's just to secure a state which works for the worker. Unless your dad is leading the fucking counter-revolution, I think he's going to be okay, all right? Pretty Guardian with the very generous $10. Thank you. Thank you for covering Bernie and being hot. It's burning me up. Pete Booty Giggle. Pete Booty Butt Cheeks has put a lot of money into campaigning for New Hampshire. Do you think he has a chance? I personally hope not. He definitely has a chance. Don't get don't get too complacent. There is a chance that he takes away. I think I have it like 70 Bernie, like 30 Buttigieg in terms of who gets the most votes. A Jew for you with the gifted tier 1 sub, thank you. A white name is almost as bad as white skin. Remember, chat, all white people are Mike Bloomberg. Even Vosh, even Bernie, all Mike Bloomberg. Hey, Bernie's a Jew, okay? If there's anything we can learn from our Nazi brethren in this moment, is that Jews are not white, all right? None of them. Daniel84 with the incredibly generous $10, thank you. We know it costs about $75K a year for a fulfilling life. If we live 100 years, that's $750,000 for an entire life. You're off in your math a little bit there. Mathematically, billionaires need not exist. Compost the rich. 75K a year for 100 years is 7.5 million, not 750,000, comrade. So while it is still true, billionaires need not exist. The millionaires in that instance, I think you have actually justified their existence a little bit, slightly. Liberelli with the $10. Thank you, comrade. That's very kind. Here's a song to cheer you up. I cannot play this. I feel like for a lot of you, the reason you donate is to get me closer to my next YouTube strike. I feel like for a lot of you, that is why you donate. You donate. It's like a game of, you know, the penis game that you would play in middle school, where you'd be in class and you and your friends take like a dare to say the word penis as loud as you can without getting in trouble with the teacher. That's what you're doing with my donations right now, you know. Paramasin with the $5. I applaud your performance in your rematch with Carl Gone. Ever seen his debate with Christy Winters? Pretty hilarious. Would love to see you debate Styx, by the way. Styx is... Not only is Styx infuriatingly stupid, Styx is also so ungodly pretentious and pseudo-intellectual, I don't even know if he's capable of holding a debate. But you know what? I mean, I'm here for the entertainment. And Daniel84 with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you. Here's an extra $10 in penance for fucking up the math earlier. But even with an order of magnitude thrown in, the math checks out. True! You said everything I had to say, Daniel84. Damn. It is almost like you intentionally did that so you could give me 2 10s rather than just one. Very much appreciated, comrade. That's very, very kind of you. Here. We'll roll through a few more donos, and then we got to get back on the grind, folks, because we've got quality anti-SJW content. Quality anti-SJW content to get through. You know I love my anti-SJubs. Hallelujah with the 1 sub. Bernie 20 death grips. True guillotine. Googly Goog 12 with the $5. Hey Vosh, been wondering, is capitalism the age of fire? And if so, does that mean that social democracy is the linking of the fire monkus? I mean, basically, yeah, right? Isn't the age of fire an incredibly hierarchical, epoch led entirely by those who, use their godlike power to make subservient the humans of the world, and the Age of Dark is meant to be the collective humanity rising up to seize the era of production. Sodapunk Wanker with 109. Do you think Bernie could win as an independent against Trump and Buttigieg if he gets the nomination? Also, watch this. It's pretty funny. Well, it wouldn't be Trump and Buttigieg. You mean if Buttigieg was the vice president? I mean, I don't know what you mean by that, but I think Bernie could win against Trump. Also, no YouTube video arenas, folk. We have to get through. Historica Hungarica with the $1. Here's a Chad cat for you, just because Bernie will tie with Booty again. Just watch Doomberg 2020 till eternity. What the fuck is this cat? Oh, is this a cat after a bee sting? Oh, as an independent? Oh, I see. Well, any candidate as an independent has no chance. Poor little baby. Chad, though. Beauty is suffering. McSqueeb with the tier 1 sub. Just saw I had a pleb white name again. One of my dicks back. Keep doing the good work, comrade. Thank you. And Zero the Ultimate with the $10. Thank you. Recently discovered you from your first debate with Sargon and binged a ton since. You've turned me on to left-wing ideas better than most and helped me tons with gender confusion. Happy to hear that, comrade. Nothing makes me happier than hearing from folks that I helped them settle out some personal issue by rambling, loudly at a camera. Thank you. And hope to continue providing interesting content for you. Astronet with the $5 just got a new Gibson Firebird, and I need to let everyone know. I don't know what that is, Astronet, but nicely done. I'm sure someone in chat does. And Ghost of FDR with the $5. Did you see Bloomberg's quote-unquote apology? I did see Bloomberg's quote-unquote apology, and I'm going to get to that at some point in the future, okay? We gotta pace out the content a little bit, We gotta pace it out a smidge. And last but not least, for this donor segment, there's still donations. Vontix with the $1. If you get Armored Skeptic on, please take that bad faith Canuck to task for shitting on California during the wildfires. I will say this, and I say this knowing, maybe Shu hears, maybe Shu don't like. I think some people equivocate. I think that Shoe on Head is a lot more good faith than Armored Skeptic is. There's a lot of content from Armored Skeptic that I just I've seen. It's not as bad as a lot of skeptics. He's nowhere near Sargon. Not even close to Sargon. He's in a different planet than Sargon is. Not all skeptics are born alike. However, and I do believe this sincerely, I do think that Armored Skeptic has a farther way to come. Maybe I'll get to talk to him sometime, Maybe I'll get him to renege on some of his takes. That'd be nice. Friends, you know how we're all triggered SJWs who lose our minds every time something doesn't go our way in broader popular media? You know how Parasite swept the Oscars? Now, I am not the first person to talk about this video. I saw it on Twitter. It has a like to dislike ratio of 939 to 33,000. It's good. It's a good ratio. I have talked before about anti-SJW media critics. I've talked about this before, and how reactionary media critics are fucking brain dead, how they offer nothing to the medium, and how they are cankerous parasites. There's a reason why media seems to keep getting more and more woke, quote unquote, Why media seems to keep getting more and more progressive, why media seems to keep doing us good and doing them dirty. There's a reason for that. It's because left-leaning people produce art and right-leaning people appropriate art. Is that his address in the description? No, that's his P.O. box. I'm doxing his P.O. box, folks. See, this is what it looks like when a YouTuber actually cares about getting stuff from their fans. They put their P.O. box in the description. Oh, boy. Also, this is also like a good little media study for me, because this is like a this is like the human amalgam of the person you don't want to see walk in to do your Pickup Adventures League D&D game, to join your party.
You got to be shitting me, right? This has to be a joke. This absolutely has to be a joke.
Oh, yeah. Oh. No DMCA.
Welcome back to the channel once again. If you're new to the channel or if you're a repeat viewer, do me a huge favor. Don't hit the subscribe button. I would appreciate it if you do, but hit that like button. That's more important, because the more times people hit that like button, the better the chance of YouTube sharing this video with other YouTubers, and it gets more exposure. And
hey, you know what? That's a great idea. To anyone who's watching this video and enjoys my content, I strongly encourage you, hit the like button. Hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Ring that bell, folks. It really does make a difference to my algorithm when you ring the fucking bell. Hit the like button, ring the bell, subscribe, make sure to comment. Okay? There you go. Sorry, that's my...
I really want this video to get the exposure because I'm a little bit upset, okay?
What kind of exposure do you think he was expecting this video to get?
I'm a little bit upset. So I just got done watching the Oscars, something I do every year with my buddy Adam, Filmmaster Adam. And Parasite won Best Picture. Here's the problem I have.
Oh, I just want to say, by the way, I watched Parasite as it was getting Best Picture. I actually watched it for the first time like 2 days ago. I watched it. I literally, like, the Oscars were going on as I entered the theater, and when I left the theater, I looked up Parasite on my phone, and I saw Best Picture, Best Foreign Film, Best Director. So that was kind of cool. By the way, fantastic film. I won't be spoiling it. I won't spoil. I'll maybe, like, themology, but nothing that you haven't seen.
With Parasite winning Best Picture. It already was nominated and won for Best Foreign Film. So if Best Foreign Film is the equivalent to Best Picture for the foreign films, why is it then allowed to be nominated for Best Picture?
What? If it can be nominated for Best Foreign Film, why can it also be nominated for Best Picture? There are lots of awards a film can get, but then also get Best Picture. What? Best Picture just means best overall movie. It's like it's the award to win to end all the awards. Foreign films are for foreign films. One award per movie, I guess?
Can someone explain that to me? It isn't like, the Oscars has, Best Picture and Best United States Film, right? It's like we don't have...
That's because the Oscars are held in the United States, and we disproportionately view and consider American films, and Hollywood is in America. What? The system is already biased in favor of Western movies.
Have two chances to win a movie, right? Like Joker, 1917, Ford vs. Ferrari, Marriage Story. They didn't have two chances to
He mentioned Joker first.
win an Oscar. It was Best Picture and Best Picture only.
Whoa. You could... Wait, they all had... Wait, what are the Oscar categories? Wait, they all had chances to win. Best Picture, Best Documentary Feature, Best Animated Feature, Best Animated Short Film, Best Live Action Short Film, Best Production Design, Best Original Music Score, Best Film Editing, Best Visual Effects. Oh, you can win multiple awards. What do you mean? You can win multiple awards. There are like this is not the end of the there are many categories in the Oscars. Every movie can win multiple awards. The Joker won Best Actor, which is one of the most influential awards. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the Joker or Best Actor is in the big three. Best Actor, Best Director, and Best Picture are probably the three most influential awards that you get at the Oscars. I'm not a big movie buff. My dad is. Whatever I know, I get from him. I don't know what the fuck this guy knows.
Only. It wasn't Best U.S. Film, Best Foreign Film, then Best Picture, right? But no, Parasite had the chance to win Best Foreign Film and Best Picture. So why, like...
What? Is he just mad Joker didn't get more awards?
I don't get it. There's a reason why they made the Best Animated category. Because Beauty and the Beast was nominated for Best Picture, and then the Oscars decided we're going to make its own little category, which I'm okay with.
Wait, why are you okay with that? That's fucked up. Wait, so something can simultaneously win Best Animated Production and Best Picture? Why are you okay with that? What the fuck?
To be honest with you. So, why do we have Best Foreign?
Why are you okay with it? That completely lays bare the hypocrisy of your point. If you don't like the idea of certain categories of movies being able to win a specific category and then go on to win Best Picture, why are you okay with animated films? Is it because they're not made by foreigners? Surely not.
Film. Yet these movies are then qualified to enter Best Picture. True, we can sit there and say, well, just because it's foreign doesn't mean it's the Best Picture. That's fine. But out of everybody in the United States of the motherfucking America, how many people actually fucking seen Parasite?
Okay, this is where the rant goes off. I saw this on Twitter.
Can someone please raise your goddamn hand and tell me, for the love of Christ, how many fucking people in the United States of motherfucking America saw Parasite?
Dude's losing his shit. Again, if any SJW, if any progressive person, any woman with colored hair acted like this would be plastered across Paul Joseph Watson's feed for the next week, you know? Unquestionably. But because he's like a pudgy white dude with a ridiculous hat, he gets to spare all the people who are looking for lolcows when it comes to media critique. Also, what the fuck kind of point is this? How many people saw it? What the fuck kind of a characteristic is that relevant to the quality of the movie?
Okay? I don't know what Parasite is. I don't give a shit about Parasite. It's fine. It won Best Foreign Film. You know why? Because it's a goddamn foreign film. Joker...
Did he see it?
And look, I don't care if Joker didn't win. I wanted to win, but it could have been Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, Marriage Story, 1917, Ford v Ferrari, Little Women. I don't give a shit.
What?
But fucking Parasite, which won Best Foreign Film, Best Director, Best Picture. I'm sorry, if you won Best Foreign Film,
did he see it?
You should automatically be invalid to even be qualified to win Best Picture.
Why? You said that you don't have a problem with animated pictures having a separate category that they can win in addition to Best Picture. Why? Is it just racism or xenophobia or whatever? Like, is that literally the only reason? Yeah, he cut himself off when he was saying Little Woman, because something tells me this guy would not be okay with Little Woman winning the Best Picture. Also, 1917 is a British film. It wasn't made in America. It was made by disgusting, fish and chip eating Brit bongers. Oh yeah, they're white though. Pepe.
You should. And it pisses me off because Joker, let's talk about Joker. Okay, look at United States of America right now.
Oh man.
What is more important to our culture than the Joker?
Man. White male rage. Man, listen, I liked the Joker. Again, I liked the Joker. I liked it very much. I had a great time watching it. I went on a date with my girlfriend. We had some obscenely fancy food, because I only go on dates like once a year. And we saw the Joker. I had a great time, okay? But when you're screaming, oh man, with Parasite too. I'm okay with animated productions getting Best Picture too. I'm not gonna problem that. But there was a foreign film, Parasite. What even is Parasite? I don't know. Anyway, the Joker is the most important movie to our society today.
About a movie that talks about mental illness not being taken seriously. About how people in high places.
I just want to say, I have never seen a person, a right-leaning person, justify the Joker's legit quality by talking about its commentary on mental illness, who also believed in Medicare for all. The Joker literally ran out of institutional support because the government wasn't able or willing to provide him that support. It's just because I've seen a lot of people do this. They're like, the Joker talks about mental illness in our society. Oh, wait, pay for people's mental health bill. Where are we going to get the money for that? They are the austerity defenders that drove the Joker further down into madness.
Look down and frown upon the poor.
Wait.
About how people in high places look down and frown upon the poor.
The Joker is relevant to modern American society because it's about how wealthy people or people in power look down on and frown upon the poor. You know, I said I wasn't going to spoil Parasite, and I'm not going to spoil Parasite. But let me try and think of like an analogy here. Okay? You know? How can I think of an analogy for this, you know? This would be like The Matrix winning at the Oscars, and this dude, probably the same dude, freaking out saying, "The Matrix won at the Oscar? I don't care about The Matrix. I haven't seen The Matrix. You know what's really important to American society right now? Shrek. Because Shrek has fighting, and there are kung fu action sequences in Shrek. Shrek is what's relevant. I don't know what Matrix is. This Shrek has kung fu fighting, and it's true. Shrek does have kung fu fighting. There's a little Matrix joke in it. See, there you go. I did the analogy. See, the joke that I'm making here is that Parasite is infinitely more about powerful people looking down on the poor than the Joker could ever hope to be. Again, I liked the Joker, but let's put it in its place, okay? Let's recognize where it fits in the broader, dialectic.
The poverty and people with mental illness, and how we need to take this more serious. But no, forget all these fucking social problems that Joker touched upon. Let's have a better woke agenda.
Woke agenda! Yes! How?
Let's go full fucking woke, and let's give Parasite, the first fucking thing they said, Parasite, the first foreign language movie to ever win Best Picture. Well, pat yourself on the...
Literally, dude, these people get triggered just stating factual things. The first foreign picture movie to also win Best Picture, and this dude's losing it. See, this is what I mean by the fucking woke-brained, reactionary, like 40 IQ people. They don't have any ability to meaningfully criticize like progressivism, so all they do is scream woke anytime anything vaguely, like if there's a brown person or a woman perhaps, or in this case a person who doesn't speak English as their first language, directing a movie and then it won Best Picture. Like, that's it. That's the limit of their ability to meaningfully dissect material. Like, imagine all of the adjectives in the world, and the one you go with to describe first foreign picture film to win Best Picture is woke. That's what you go with.
The fucking back, Academy. Go pat your woke ass fucking selves on the fucking back. I am sorry. This is fucking ludicrous. It's fucking asinine. I can't believe this shit. And again, I wanted Joker to win. It could have been any fucking film. Little fucking Women, I don't give a fuck.
I've seen this guy's discography, and something tells me this guy would not be okay with Little Woman. Let's see. Complaining about Birds of Prey. 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 What does this savant have to say about Brie Larson? Brie Larson hates white men. Brie Larson. Petition to have Brie Larson step down as Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel 2. Brie Larson's joined Star Wars 2. No! Brie Larson snaps at Chris Hemsworth in an interview. Captain Marvel is racist? What the f- do you talk about one person this much? Brie Larson, Captain Marvel, backlash. Look at his faces in all the thumbnails. Is Marvel's Phase 4 too woke? Social justice will take over the MCU. Something tells me this guy would be complaining if Little Woman won the Oscars. Just again, I don't know. I can't see into different realities. I just want to say, like, I have a feeling he would still be mad.
You guys could have gave that shit to fucking... I don't care. Shazam. You could have gave it to Shazam. I don't care. But a film shouldn't be nominated for Best Foreign Film and then also have the opportunity to win Best Picture.
Why? You earlier said you were fine with animated films. Why?
Because none of the other Best Picture nominations had a chance to be nominated for anything else.
Nor would non-animated productions if an animated movie got Best Animated Feature and Best Feature. But you said you were okay with that. So why? Why? Why?
You know, I mean, yes, the technical awards and all that shit. But if Best Foreign Film is the equivalent of Foreign Best Picture, then why is the films in our country, the country...
It's not Foreign Best Picture. It's Best Foreign Film. We don't have two separate Best Picture categories for American and non-American films. We have one Best Picture category for the Best Overall Film. That is how it works.
Which we all fucking watch in the Academy, okay? We watch those fucking films. Why is Parasite then nominated to that?
Because it's a really good movie?
Again, how many fucking people in this country seen Parasite?
He's in YouTube chat? Can I go over anyone's video without people being in YouTube chat? Can I, just once, can I watch a person's video and make fun of them without them showing up?
I guarantee it's probably 2% of the fucking population.
That irrelevant.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It was ridiculous last year when Roma was nominated. If you are nominated for Best Foreign Film, you should be invalid to be nominated for Best fucking Picture. Okay? Do we go to other countries and in their Best Pictures is fucking 1917 nominated? That's a legit question. Can someone tell me if that's true or not? I just want to know. It's ridiculous. It's the Oscars and their fucking woke-ass fucking agenda.
See, this is what it ultimately comes down to, and this is why this is infinitely more insidious than just some poorly dressed brainlet screaming that Joker didn't get Best Picture. And it is the willingness to reduce everything that he believes he can attribute to progressivism to some sort of insidious woke agenda. It's a strategy that is used from everyone from this guy to neo-Nazis because it's ubiquitous in its usefulness, you know. It's very, very it's a multi-tool. You know what I mean? No Bullshit does it for literally everything. Anytime you have a complaint about something but can't actually substantiate why that complaint is like valid or actually indicates a good or a bad thing, just complain and say that it's woke, you know? This is too woke, you know, The Last Jedi is too fucking woke. The Ariel is woke now because she's black in the movie or something. It's a way, it's what's called a thought-terminating cliche. Do we all know this term? A thought-terminating cliche is it's a syllogism or a word. Well, it's a cliche. It's something you say to yourself that is meant to shut down your ability to think. It's meant to insulate you against introspection. And it's very important to reactionary thought. They rely on this. Because if you thought about any of the stupid shit you said, you wouldn't be a reactionary, you know? Very, very, very simple there.
And I'm fucking tired of it. I am tired of these fucking agendas. Why can't the best movie win the Best Picture?
See, and this is exactly what I mean. This is the same logic, by the way, the exact same logic that leads people to believe that when a black person gets a job, it's because they were put there sort of, the woke, brainlet, cultural Marxist, hiring firm put them there rather than them being the best candidate. He hasn't seen Parasite. He hasn't levied any argument as to why Parasite is less deserving of Best Picture than anything else. What's more, I mean, he hasn't seen it, so we literally can't comment on this. What's more, it has been the case for decades that a foreign film could simultaneously win Best Foreign Film and Best Picture. So it's not as though this was an exception being made for Parasite. This has always been in the rules. This is just the first time that it's been good enough, you know? It's that simple. But he assumes that there's foul play at odds here without having even watched it. It's the exact same logic as people who believe women and black people in higher echelons of society got there through affirmative action or because they were sucking dick or appeasing their bosses. It is the hallmark of incredibly unintelligent, incredibly lazy people.
Why do we have to fucking put this? Anyway, I'm done. My blood pressure is high. I'm done with this. I'm done with this. I had too much to drink. I'm not going to go on with this rant. But anyway, guys, that's my thoughts on it. Once again, guys, please hit that fucking like button. Okay? Help share this fucking video. Get this shit out. Because
and shared it was. And shared it was, folks. Hey guys, you want to hear something interesting? I'm always looking at chat. So when you post the same Twitter link 80 times, I actually see it. If you guys do this again, I'm going to temp ban all of you. Jesus Christ, you people are annoying. Holy shit. You know, one of the worst things about doing the content that I like to do, which is where this is what I like doing. I like going on YouTube. I like finding bad arguments from reactionaries, and then I respond to them. And I make fun of them. One of the worst things is that I distinctly get the feeling, I constantly, that I am arguing against simpletons and children. Like I'm doing something ableist. Like I'm committing a social faux pas, you know. This is the most forced joke I have ever seen in my life, and I know it took him 20 minutes to think up of it, too. I can just imagine him on his phone, just sitting there, thinking, how am I going to get out my irreverent, devil-may-care disdain for all the people who have criticized my video? And then still manage to make a typo. It wasn't just him who had a spectacular response to the Parasite win. I also saw this from John Miller. This is one of Blaze TV's people. He was also Twitter ratioed, which was nice. This is a good one. Look. A man named Bong Joon-ho. I probably fucked that up. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said the name because I probably fucked that up. Wins Oscar for Best Original Screenplay over Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in 1917. Acceptance speech was, "Great honor, thank you." Then he proceeds to give the rest of his speech in Korean. These people are the destruction of America. So that's kind of interesting. I'm going to say this, and I said this on Twitter too. If America is so weak that it can be destroyed by people accepting American award shows and then speaking in Korean, then America deserves to be destroyed. What an exceptionally weak society. Maybe I'm the real pro-American, because John Miller, who works with Blaze TV, fascist media outlet, claims to love America. He says he loves America. That's the narrative here. But do you really? Because I feel like if you truly loved America, you wouldn't believe that speaking in a different language at an award show is enough to destroy the country. He responds, of course. These people are obviously not Koreans, but those in Hollywood awarding a foreign film that stokes flames of class warfare over two films I thought were more deserving simply to show how woke they are. That should be clear from the rest of what I tweeted about tonight's production. So this is good for a number of reasons, and I love the absolute cowardice on display here, okay? So we can break this down. First of all, as Hassan wisely points out, thank you, Hassan, why do you act like him speaking Korean was a problem then and not mention the class warfare thing at all? So, damn, that's interesting. He claims here it's because of the class warfare thing, but over here he doesn't mention it at all in the original tweet, which came out, by the way, a good portion earlier. He only did the second tweet after sort of the ratio started to pile up. So that's interesting. Also, that stokes the flames of class warfare. Interesting. Something tells me he wouldn't express the same sentiment about the Joker. And also, thought they were more deserving simply to show how woke they are. They did the same thing! Ever get mad that people like a piece of media that you feel is vaguely progressive, but you aren't smart enough to explain why it's bad? Just say it's woke. Just say it's woke. It's the easiest thought-terminating cliche in the world. You never have to think about anything, any of the dumb shit that you say. Why did Parasite win? Well, it can't possibly be because it was, poignant, relevant, well shot, beautifully written, interesting, funny, evocative, anxiety-inducing, and speaks to the heart of many people's, material concerns. It had to be because people were woke. Make no mistake, people. These are the exact same people who would walk into a room to meet with a manager and see a black guy in a suit and a white guy in a t-shirt and reach out to shake the hand of the white guy in the t-shirt first. These are people who, anytime a minority sentiment achieves any degree of prominence, they will instantly assume there is an entire conspiracy at work to break the meritocracy and put them in prominence, rather than to acknowledge the fact that, and hey, this is true, you know. Parasite's a really fucking good movie. Really good movie. You should see it sometime. I saw it just 2 days ago. It's really good. Maybe a little while ago, maybe even later this stream, I'll talk about Parasite, because there are plenty of wonderful things to go over with that film. I'm not a film critic, of course, you know, but we can pretend that I am for a little bit. What is Parasite about? Parasite is about the inhumanity which is brought about by inequality. That is what it is about. Anyway, remember, folks, if somebody uses woke as an insult, it's not because they chose that word because it was the best use for the situation. They chose it because they had nothing else to say. They're very, very small, very, very small brain. All right. There are 3 things that I need to do. I need to catch up on Donos. That time we're catching up on Donos proper. Then we're going over Sticks and Hammer. Here, I'm going to change the title really quick. Sticks and Hammer is an idiot. Oh, wait, is an SJW idiot. There we go. That's the evocative content that I like to produce. SJW idiot. I gotta pee also. I drank a lot of water. But also, why the fuck has Artemy just been screaming? I have been hearing him meowing outside like the whole time. Non-stop. Have you guys heard that? I don't know if it's loud enough for the mic to pick it up. Hold on, I'm gonna use the restroom, then we'll go over Donos, then we'll go over Sticks and Hammer. Well, I found him. He's presently attacking the top of my roommate's cat's tank, which, you know, is made out of metal, so I think it's going to be just fine. What the fuck are you people doing in my absence? Jesus Christ, you people. Good Lord. Well, whatever the case, let me go over Donos. Just numbers, I guess. Hold on. I see you started a number movement. All right, I'm proud of you. Nicely done. Courtney with the $5. Hey, it's Courtney. FKA 59 no. Here's some abyss for you to stare into. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Biden! Joe Biden! Oh, man. Yeah, yeah. Joe Biden! Yeah, yeah. Joe Biden! Biden's back. All right. Holy shit. God damn. That should be a Dark Souls boss. Unconquered Bruja with the $5. The rich acting like the rats they are. Why does every donor have a link? Oh, this is good.
Oh my gosh, you are just in big trouble. I want to show everyone a clip. Here's RuPaul introducing the judges in the season premiere. You're in so much trouble. Of RuPaul's Drag Race.
Nicely done, RuPaul. As always, the leading the cutting edge of progressive media. Ballistic with the tier 1 sub. Hey Vosh, just subbing to get rid of my filthy white coom name color. Also, do you think vote blue no matter who will still be valid if Bloomberg wins the primary, or do you think Trump is still worse? I still think Trump is worse than Bloomberg, folks. Sorry, I know it's unpopular, but I'm standing by my vote blue no matter who sentiment. Until then, bully as many libs online as you can. Non-authority with the 250. Drink water and say you love me. Vojillo. No, fuck you. And Dr. Ham with the $5. Thank you. Just want to say thanks for your Bernie or bust / blue, no matter who video you did a bit ago. Just saw it today and really appreciated your well-reasoned perspective on it. Thank you. I suspect some people in chat do not appreciate my well-reasoned perspective on it, but I'm glad you agree with me. Thank you. And Jimmy Eats World with the $5. Vosh, I really appreciate your content. Maybe with a little luck, some left politics, and hopes we can remove all the brainworms. It'll never happen, but please keep dreaming that crazy dream. An NPC Porky with a $1. It's good you'll cover Stick 666. I consider him very dangerous because even though he's a dummy with boomer takes, he once called Biden far left, he's extremely well spoken, which makes him dangerous. Also, he's very good at hiding his power level. Yeah, we're gonna get to that. Courtney with the $5. Here's a Bernie song that I can actually guarantee you can play on stream without getting a copyright strike. Uh-oh.
By bring it up, I mean discuss the myriad issues faced by our country and world right now.
Aggressively point with those beautiful fingers. We can do this together.
All right, that's pretty good. All right, I'm here for it. That was pretty good, Courtney. Thank you. Blinko with the $5. Just got back from a week of canvassing in Vegas. Fucking fun as hell. Volunteering is so rewarding, even for an introvert like me. Also, check out my Pete art. Every single dono has a fucking link now. Cute, though. You know that Chuck E. Cheese rebranded? They have some weird little fucking Zoomer monstrosity as their icon now. Can you believe that? Talk about the downgrade. Seriously, though, canvassing is a really good time. Phoenix Fire 3 with the tier 1 sub. Pronounced Phoenix Fire. Nailed it. Vosh, you are making my girl dick hard. Hashtag trans rights. Thank you. I try my best to make all dicks hard, regardless of the gender of the person they're attached to. The Left Tech Cat with the £5. Vosh, have you been following the Irish election? They look set to elect the first ever left-wing government in Irish history. Yes, I have been, but I don't yet know enough to cover it substantively on stream. I don't want to embarrass myself, so I will be holding off on that. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Hey, I got to cuddle Loopy this week. I found a new manga called Monster Wrestling about a very good Cerberus. I'm very happy, heart. True! I think I've actually heard of Monster Wrestling. I haven't heard of cuddling Loopy before, but I'm sure you're having a great time with that piece of media. Thank you. Mad Cat with the $1. Not calling myself surplus value anymore because I at least read some theory because I feel LARPy. Also, 2050 is just as far away as 1990. Oh, that's true, folks. 2050 is, at this point in time, now just as far away from the current day as 1990. Oof. Ah. People aren't going to like that one. Adrian Nakik with the $2. Thoughts on reviving Renaissance sponsor culture? Not entirely sure what you mean by that, comrade. And Breadbasket with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Doing my duty and giving back for the free content. Thank you. That is a great way to think about it. You know, I'm providing entertainment left and right. I'm hipping, I'm hopping. But you just gotta, you know, just for a low subscription of $19.99 a day, you too can benefit from the Total Vosh package. You know, thank you very much. Balthazar with the $2. What about shoe on bread? In what context? We'll get shoe on head left eventually. I want to talk with her about that. Balthazar with the $5. We gonna cover Bloomberg defending stop and frisk with even more racism and Peter means bourgeoisie saying black money. Not the Pete Buttigieg thing, no. But Bloomberg we did cover. We covered it earlier. And Liberelli with the $5. No parasocial. I apologize for everyone in the Vosh pit for the guillotine song. I think they like it, comrade. I think they liked it a lot. Faux Autumn with the $5. Do you think he stuck that dick in that Wonder Woman cutout? You mean the Robert guy, the film Deuterino that we said? Almost certainly, yeah. I'm going to be, man. I'm like a pretty dorky guy. I consume a lot of anime, so I'm not in a position to like judge. But if a guy's bedroom looks like the back like closet of a comic shop, then that's a I don't know. That's an aesthetic. That's an aesthetic. Narayan Scum with the $3. Robert Storm's voice sounds like a bee stung his tongue. Listen, he was drunk apparently. And Morganson with the tier 1 sub. Hi, I'm gay. How are you, Dix? Well, I'm gay too. So happy to see you. It's hot when girls do it though. Squad fucking W, hyena. No, if some fucking pasty like fat tongue dipshit showed up on YouTube and it was a girl and she had a bunch of fucking comic covers and cardboard cutouts in the back, I would also think, hey boys, anyone heard about that Parasite movie winning Best Picture and Best Foreign Film? How woke of them. Anyway, make sure to like and subscribe. Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, actual femcel energy. Balthazar with the $5. Before Beauty and the Beast, no animated movie had ever won Best Picture. Best animated film wasn't a category. Maybe one day Fisherman's Wife 2, The Retentacling, can win Best Picture and some other dipshit can lose their shit over it. Oh yeah, well, no one would care as long as Fisherman's Wife 2 has like white pro tags, What about Jenny though? She's a hot weeb. I'm not talking about weeb. I'm talking about comic. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is my weeb bias. Okay. Now I complain about weebs all the time, but this is a truth that needs to be spoken, and I'm not going to be quiet about it any longer. Anime is infinitely more fuckable than Western comics. If you're deep into anime, there is so much more hope than if you're deep into fucking Superman, Batman, The Flash, Green Lantern, Edition 624, Ultimate Variant, unquestionably. It's not even close. There's so much more hope for you. Western comics and the Western comic mythos are in the lowest tier of the nerd. Like, they're down there with, like, Trekkies and, like, Simpsons fanatics, I think that anime is because anime appeals very heavily to a lot of women. There is a huge woman audience for anime that is not there for Western comics. And B, the culture for anime translates better into pornography than the culture for Western. I've said this before, and I'm not going to get into a 20-minute rant on this as much as I want to, but, and I've said this, and you all need to know this, who here has been browsing the porn comic sites, like e-hentai or n-hentai or what? Well, n-hentai only has Japanese shit or whatever. But you've been looking at it, okay? All right? And you're looking at it, and you can see some of these artists are clearly inspired by anime, even if they're Western, even if they're all Western. Like, a ton of them are. A ton of Western drawn pornography is inspired by hentai. Huge amount of it. But have you ever seen the artists who draw porn, but they use the same inking and shading and proportional techniques that you see in Western superhero comics? The exact same ones. They look horrible. They look horrible. It's like how, okay, I know you've seen this, okay? You know how every cartoon show has at least one hot, like, adult, like a MILF or whatever, and then you'll go online and you'll look up porn for it, and some of the porn will be like, they take screenshots from the cartoon and they draw the clothes off and they draw like nips and stuff, and it always looks fucking disgusting. It looks like horse shit. You know what I'm talking about, right? They draw like little pepperoni circles. The reason for that is because keeping in with the art style of safe for work media, but turning it not safe for work, usually makes it look like dog shit. You need to design art to be amicable to not safe for work to begin with. If it's not amicable towards that, then turning it not safe for work will make it look bad. And that, I think, is the ultimate problem at the core of the Western comic incel dichotomy. It's that it doesn't translate into porn well. Oh, sure, you have plenty of Conan the Barbarian covers where women with huge tits are, kneeling at his leg, and you have tons of superhero bitches who got big boobies, and you've got Power Girl, and you've got yada yada yada, and all big boobies, wow, cool, and all the guys are big beefy fucking Dwayne Johnson, porn star, whatevers. But if you take all that art, if you take all that iconography, and you just make it porn, it looks like trash. Because there's an inherent juvenility to Western comics that translates poorly into sexuality. There's something inherently 12-year-old boy about 98% of the fucking Western comics out there that just does not... Now, this isn't ubiquitous, of course. There are always exceptions. But as a broader sort of cultural tendency... Now, I'm not saying that anime or manga are defensible, because they're all trash too. I will say, however, they translate better into pornography, If you're reading over Bleach or something, or Naruto, or Hunter x Hunter, or any of these fucking regular normie-ass, problematic, whatever, and you can go over it and you can erase a bit and then draw a big dick and some big boobies, it'll actually look pretty good, if you know how to draw. Do it on the adults though, not the fucking kids. And it just has to do with the way the art styles developed and sort of synchronized with the erotica. All right, are we done? I took longer on this than I meant to. Was that a YouTube segment? Oh no. Hold on. We're almost done with donos, folks. Can we chill? Dracoris Felving with the $5. Is this dude serious? I didn't see it, but it's terrible. Yeah, there are a lot of people out there like that. I bet you the guy on Twitter who was mad also hadn't seen it. Matthew Banks with the $2. It feels ableist to even talk about this weirdo. True! Balthazar with the $5. Maybe Joker was just a worse examination of class consciousness and a far more boring film than Parasite. I really like Joker, but Parasite was a truly phenomenal film. I mean, I'm not gonna deny that. Possibly, yeah. I mean, it was definitely a worse examination of class consciousness. Nova with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Parasite 2 big brain for the Soycon. Oh, fucking definitely, comrade. And true absurdism with the $2. Parasite probably deserves it, but the Oscars do things for woke points. They gave Black Panther's Best Picture when... Oh, yeah. Yes. The woke points thing is a real thing. The problem is... The problem is that they always blame the wrong people, So making Black Panther Best Picture, why should we criticize that? We should criticize that because there were better fucking movies that year, and they clearly did it because they were trying to, bolster this narrative of like blacks finally entering the mainstream zeitgeist of film media. I would consider that to be fairly like woke, whatever. I agree. There's an issue with that. But that's not an issue with progressivism. That's an issue with cynical corporate dipshits who are trying to appeal to black interest by forwarding one of their big movies that year. And this is ultimately like the big divide, and this is why you need to finish the sentence. Have you ever heard this? Finish the sentence. Have you heard of this? Finishing the sentence? So you can watch 2 of the same movies, okay? Or 2 of the same YouTube videos, right? One from me and one from No Bullshit. And we're going to say the exact same sentence. Are you ready for it? Let me think of an example. Here. Okay, ready for it. This is what I would say No Bullshit would probably slur and use much much more like 4th grade language. But we would say the same thing. We would say this. There have been many instances where Marvel movies have cynically played up woke points by fronting and forwarding women and people of color in their movies in insubstantial ways that are meant to be essentially like Kodak moments and not meaningfully advancing the interests of these groups. Maybe we'd phrase it a bit better if I had a script. But then we have to finish the sentence. Because I would say, and that's fucked up, we need sincere representation, not cynical corporate representation. We need to do better. And no bullshit would finish the sentence by saying, and that's fucked up, we need to get these fucking women and black people out of the movies. That's the difference. Complaining about cynical corporate posturing when it comes to the representation of minorities in media it goes both ways. You can do it from a left or a right-leaning perspective, but the reason why is the important part. I do it because I don't like insincerity. They do it because they don't like minorities, you know. Brandy Buck with the $5. He's a fuckwit. Movies can win multiple awards. The point of categories is so they can be judged amongst other movies like them. If it wins against other contemporaries, that just shows how good it was. Yeah, exactly. Foreign films tend to be viewed through the gaze of, like, you know, the Western audience, so they get placed together in a similar category so they can be judged against others. Maybe it's an archaic concept, but nothing should be disqualified from Best Picture, ever. Everything should be up in the boat. What, you want to award Best Picture to a movie the Academy didn't think was Best Picture just because it was made in a different country? True absurdism with the $2. Parasite probably deserves it, but oh wait, I already did that one. Well, Sam Weatherington with the $5. You went on a date with your girlfriend. Didn't you say you were gay? Also, could you please yell butt boom into the camera? I'm not going to yell butt boom. I'll say butt boom. There we go. I said it like that. I said it like JLP would say it. Listen, it was a platonic date, okay? I'm gay. Permosin with the $5. The rich have luxury bunkers ready for doomsday. How prepared are you? Can you walk us through the first steps you'd take in the event of a total SHTF societal collapse? I don't know what SHTF societal collapse is, and I don't know if this is a Parasite reference or a joke. I have no fucking idea. Have a flashlight, water, and bean cans ready? I don't fucking... I'm not ready for the end of the world or anything. I'm joking, of course. Hyena's my girlfriend. Wally Ball Jacker with the $5. Fun fact, Pixar's Up was nominated for Best Animated Feature and Best Picture, and this guy definitely didn't care. I bet that guy saw the first 5 minutes of Up and considered it the best animated film of the year. Paul Resende is the $5. Destiny is considering running for Congress in California. Pepe laugh. Thoughts? Oh yeah, I saw that. I thought it was pretty funny. I mean, I'll leave his drama to his drama. He just wants it to get his Twitter account back. You guys hear that? He's been banned from Twitter. He thinks he can get a verified Twitter account, like, unbanned, if he's running for public office. The funny thing is, with as popular as he is, he would probably win the congressional race, too, if he attempted it. But he's not going to get his Twitter account back. Sargon had his Twitter account banned when he was running for a seat in with UKIP. You know, can you imagine? Can you imagine sincerely loving your country, sincerely loving the state of California, spending like you're from 22 to 38, like saving up money so you can finally run as a congressional candidate because you want to show the world like your brand, you want to show the world how much you care, you want to bring the authentic, you know, down to earth Californian style to the Washington, and then you get blown the fuck out by a Twitch streamer who's just trying to get his Twitter account back. Somniostatic with the $5, more like dicks and 4chaners. True. Vera Zima with the 50 kronar. You are typed in Russian, which I cannot read, but something like that. Yeah, maybe they would give me my Twitch account back if I was president. That's true. That's true. And Marcus Seren with the 59 kronar. Thank you. Song Kang-ho and Park So-dam should have been nominated for acting Oscars for Parasite. Probably, yeah. It's more difficult for me to ascertain the acting talents of people who aren't speaking English because I can't pick up on the inflections of what they're saying. It's harder for me to sort of interpret the skill they're putting into their delivery. I mean, I really liked the Joker. I really liked Phoenix's performance, but who knows? Maybe should have been nominated, right? And Loopy Jackal with the $5. Meanie Loopy Jackal is making Title Punk Marie Kondo her clothes. Get along, you two. All right, folks, we still have donos to go over, but as in the keeping in the eternal spirit of this, is this a show now, or is this still just a regular live stream? We're going to have to shelf those briefly as we move on to brighter pastures. Like, for example... Sticks and Hammer. Or Sticks Hex and Hammer, I guess. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't follow this dude's content that much. Everything I have ever seen of this person leads me to believe that they are a desperately cringy, incredibly unintelligent loser. You remember Razor Fist? Remember how Razor Fist would casually misunderstand and misstate every single thing he said, but he talked fast and he had a leather jacket and a sense of style that, let's be real, was never appropriate, but would have been more appropriate 30 years ago? Yeah, it's like Razor Fist, but like lamer, basically. I only know two things from this guy. That he complains about cultural Marxism a lot, and that he was a Holocaust denier like 6 years ago. I don't know if he still does Holocaust denial. He's usually shirtless. Well, I'm glad we happened upon this video then. I watched like 2 Patriot Act videos. My whole fucking... I guess it was like 3 or 4. I was playing Hat in Time. He's also a Nazi. I do think Sticks and Hammer might be too stupid to have a coherent or consistent set of principles. Because I've seen some stuff that he's done. He went on Red Ice TV. He's talked with Richard Spencer. He said that he wants to lean more into the far right. But, you know, I've also heard him say that he staunchly supports like women's equality and gay rights or something. I have no idea. I have no idea. It's possible to be incoherently fascist. That is totally possible. If anyone, there's an excellent video on this, and this was the first time I ever heard of Sticks and Hammer, by the way, was through Destiny. Hold on. Okay, this video right here, I'm not going to repeat all of its tenets, but it was a video Destiny did in one of Styx's video, an old one, the Holocaust denial one, and it was a really interesting video because Destiny was explaining, and this is back when Destiny was good, Destiny was explaining how some of the conclusions that Styx arrived at could only really be arrived at if you came into the discussion with certain biases. Who's this little dude in front of the planter? I don't know who this little dude is. Who's this little dude over here on the right, above my camera? I kind of like them. They seem nice. They're giving me the finger, 2 fingers actually. But I still like them. I think they're cute. It's him? Okay, I mean, I like the little figure. Little baby Styx. Let's find out. SJW cannibalism is climate change, quote-unquote, movement declared, quote-unquote, too white.
All right, everyone, there was a very cringy and funny article the other day from Vice. Okay, that's redundant. It's a Vice article about...
I'm going to say this exactly once. How do you have 400,000 subscribers on YouTube and have a microphone like this? Holy shit. Jesus Christ, put a fucking noise dampener on.
I guess there was this, person of color, which is kind of a bigoted term when you really think about what it really means, but that's the one that the woke people use now.
We got that woke terminology again. People of color isn't a racist term in any way, shape, or form. People of color is broadly adopted after its use in academia, and it was used in academia mainly to distinguish against like hegemonic whiteness. The idea being essentially that in Western or white culture, here in America at the very least, when it comes to your sort of broader racial predilections, the way you're treated, you are either white or not. That there is a distinction between those groups. Whiteness is inherently exclusionary. Blackness is inherently inclusionary. Think about it. Obama was black, but in actuality, he was half white. Why is that? Well, that's because, a drop of black blood makes you one of them. But whiteness is something you have to be allowed into. It's a to distinguish fundamentally between the those broader social blocks, but it's not a racist term, not in any way, shape, or form. I'm going to respond to this in really good faith. It's been a while since I've done that, and I feel like I'm going to catch this guy in like 18 stupid things a minute.
It's hilarious. But who left, I guess, the climate movement, insofar as that bullshit exists, because it's too white. I guess the idea is, Greta Thunberg is white, and these activists, a lot of them, they're white trust funders from like college towns and stuff.
That's really interesting. You know what I love doing? Before I go over these videos, I love looking at the article they're referring to, which I read. You're welcome. And it has nothing to do with what he's talking about. Leaving because Greta Thunberg is white and because white people do climate change activism. We'll go over it more, I'm sure, as it becomes prescient.
That is true. That's where that tends to promulgate. And so they decided to leave the movement. I'm thinking to myself how fucking wacky this is. First and foremost, yes, the climate movement, again, so-called, is overwhelmingly white. That's because the sort of campaigns to raise so-called awareness of the issue target the college towns. They target the sort of people who dwell on fear.
Okay, so first of all, conservatives are objectively found to have a much stronger fear response than progressive people. This is a fact. This is known in psychiatric research. Conservatives respond to fear all the time. That is why all conservative media is dedicated to telling them that they are under attack by a minority group and they need to respond with wildly disproportionate force to defend themselves. We had a literal decade media cycle on the war against Christmas, okay? Fear is in the conservative bloodline. But I will also say, I don't know what we mean when we say climate change movement. There are like a million climate change movements. There's not one. That would be like saying like the anti-racist movement or the pro-poor movement. It's meaningless. Now there are some aspects of climate change movements that target the college kids, of course, but college kids have always been on the forefront of activism. Like always. That's always been the case. For what else? 'Cause college kids love fucking activism. They're very busybody, and that's a good thing. But there are climate change movements in non-white countries. There are climate change movements that target, largely poor communities. One of the most active climate change activists or activist groups is Aborigine. It's Native American in this country. The Keystone Pipeline was the forefront for a while of climate change discussion, and this was being led and eventually lost by non-white figureheads. And the reason why they were put in a position of prominence there is because of certain contentions that are brought up in the article that I know Styx didn't read.
And so it simply makes sense to do that. They don't so much go into the middle of Flint and start their activistic meetings. They go to...
What does this mean, activistic what does he think the climate change movement is?
Places where they can get a college campus to host them and stuff like that. And a lot of them are lily white college towns, or the suburban communities that tend to be disproportionately white and Asian. This is what they do. It's about simple demographics of targeting. However...
Does he think that like there's a centralized climate activist committee that specifically targets neighborhoods based on the ethnicity of the denizens of that? I don't know what he's going on for here. If there is any disproportionate support of climate change activism from white people, it's probably because people who are well off, which white people have much higher average, household wealth than black families or Latino families, are more likely to be able to care about activism. But that's the case for all forms of activism.
Here's what I'm not understanding. If you believe that the world is ending, like Greta thinks or something, if you believe that within the next 10 years the surface of this planet is going to be Tatooine or flooded and it's going to be...
Nobody believes this. This is the classic climate change denier straw-manning the position of academic, academic consensus.
You know, Aqua World or something.
Aqua
if
World.
you believe that it's really going to be that catastrophic, like I would be almost underwater right now, and this community would begin to look a little bit like Venice, I suppose.
Again, this is, you can tell if somebody's bad faith, and Styx is very, very bad faith. If somebody's bad faith, you can tell because they dramatically strawman the position of their opposition any chance that they get. So what climate change, scientists, or, the people who actually have the data on this are saying is that, 10 years down the line, we might reach a point of no return where there will be no way to undo some of the damage to the planet before it does damage to us, very bad stuff, blah, blah, blah. It's all very complicated, but the data is pretty consistent, at this point, and I was about to say this, denying climate change makes you a wild conspiracy theorist. But Styx is a wild conspiracy theorist. I mean, I found out about this guy from Holocaust denial, so I don't know how scrutinous he is when it comes to the things he believes.
Suppose. Don't you think that it's time to get past the wokeness bullshit of caring about identity, wedge issue sort of politics?
What? What the fuck does that mean?
Apparently not. Apparently that's definitely the ultimate goal. I guess the idea is that they need to have affirmative action for climate change leadership activism or
what the fuck are we talking about? What is
something? And it's like the people who show up,
he's not even competent enough to put his position forward. The argument that he's trying to make and failing is that the article that he has not read but that this video is about is an indication that climate change activists care more about woke, anti-white, cultural Marxist progressivism than they do about saving the planet. And that is why but that's the thing. He hasn't said what the article is about. He hasn't said this is an article about people, about a mass movement away from climate change activism because there are white people. He hasn't even established the premise that he is trying to lead his audience towards.
To lead, who have the acumen to do so, who have the speaking skills mainly because it's all about money for the most part.
Which is funny considering that all of the big anti-climate change scientists are figureheads propped up by big coal and oil. Another conspiracy theory, by the way, for people, they say this all the time, by the way. Oh yeah, all of the scientists in the world simultaneously agreeing that the world is going to fucking melt if we don't do something? Who's paying them? Nobody! Science is not historically well funded, my friend, but the people that, like, say, for example, PragerU are going to prop up, or the lobbying groups that are paid for by oil and gas companies that inform Republican policy making. These are where influences really come in. And it shows, by the way, the underlying bias. This is Styx over here. He's supposed to be like the big populist, like conspiracy down with the man type. And he's claiming that independent scientific organizations from all over the world with no shared financial interest, with no broad, incentivization to do anything other than report the truth, are saying that climate change is real. And a very small minority of people with incredibly close ties to the oil and gas companies say that it's not real. And he's very, very, very skeptical of the biases in the first group, but doesn't seem interested in the biases in the second group.
Are going to be the ones leading things. If you've ever experienced college bureaucracy, let me tell you, for those of you, and most of you probably have been to college or trade school or whatever anyway, so I'm speaking to the choir. If you've gone into the more academic and philosophical side of the college situation, isn't it a lot of empty buzz terms, a lot of feel-good, hippie-trippy goddamn nonsense? It's like when I was at UVM.
See, This is making a point without making a point right here. I've been to college. All of the language used in my classes, in my spaces, were highly targeted and academic. They seem nonsense to you either because you lack the education to understand them, again, if you didn't go to college, and that's fine if you didn't go to college. I mean, those are college words. Or B, if you're deliberately misrepresenting these terms and making them seem incongruent and incomprehensible, because for them to make sense is to defeat your own argument. This is just anti-intellectualism. This is very Trumpy, you've all been to college, right? Have you been to college? What are they even talking about in college? They just use words. They just say words. It's all buzzwords. He can't list any of these specific words, I bet you. But, you know, all of his dumb fuck 40 IQ audience is tapping their head going, yeah, really dumb words. I agree. College dumb.
They've got all of their soy milk and their...
Why is it that every person obsessed with soy looks like this? The Sticks, him of all people, this guy is gonna do this shit. I am lactating looking at this guy. My body is producing estrogen just looking at this skull shape. I can feel testosterone puddling in my toes and callousing. From this person of all people. Okay,
There's
whatever.
sustainable napkin bullshit, and here's our special of the day is fried tofu and the
This has nothing to do with the broader point.
vegan options and stuff, but it's catered by Sodexo. It's catered by a group that also caters prisons. Literally, for-profit prison industry is tied to the college food industry.
Yeah, and as you know, college students have a whole lot of say in which gigantic corporations manage their cafeteria lines. You know, the woke college students are absolutely the ones making those decisions, and not like corporate managers and people on the board of trustees who are more interested in making money than they are pushing for any particular social agenda. Hey, remember what I said 15 minutes ago before we started this fucking video? People insincerely complaining about corporations who are themselves insincerely doing progressive things is not the same as complaining against progressive things. If you say, college students care about the environment, but also a multi-billion-dollar company serves them meals, but also serves prisoner meals, you have not argued against the progressivism, my friend. You have not found a hypocrisy in the mind of the progressive. You have found a hypocrisy in the mind of the people who play to progressive ideals while still doing corporatist bullshit. And if you have a problem with those people, I mean, hey, me too.
The workers get underpaid. They go on strike all the time. The janitors get underpaid. The food workers, a lot of them are migrant labor. You have a situation where a bunch of lily white trust funder West Coast kids come in to Vermont, go to UVM, they think they're saving the world or something, and they have their Save the Boobies t-shirts.
Hey, me too. Yeah, me too, buddy.
And their pink hats and stuff like that, and yet they're eating prison slop that's catered to them by underpaid migrant workers.
Yeah, wait, what is this is, for one, this has literally nothing to do with the broader point. For two, what does this have to do with the students? What the fuck are they supposed to do? Not eat? Are you only a valid progressive if you get all of your food from like locally sourced $8 a chocolate bar? You know, like farms that are staffed by Americans exclusively? This is not a point. This is something anti-intellectuals will do to try and vaguely drum up a feeling of hypocrisy in the minds of the audience, not committing to actually making a point, because to make a point is to open yourself to a counter-argument, which Sticks would get fucking annihilated by.
On a campus that they ramble about how renewable it is, but it's still made of Chinese components.
What is the point?
That were in part made by sweatshops, and they think that this is...
Yes, no ethical consumption under capitalism.
Is activism. This is the empty...
Wait, and they think what?
Were in part made by sweatshops, and they think that this is activism.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? They're just going to a college that has unethically sourced goods. Nobody thinks that's activism. Do you think they think it's activism to just go to the college? Like a college student will go to UCLA and eat at the cafeteria, and while eating at the cafeteria, they'll be like, yeah, this is activism. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Again, no specific point, just incoherent babbling to conjure an image in the mind of the audience.
This is the empty hollowness of college activism.
No, it's the empty hollowness of corporate progressivism, where you claim to be good, but then actually are bad. What the fuck is a college student supposed to do? This has literally nothing to do with the college students. Unless you believe you can only be a progressive activist if you sleep in the woods and only ethically source everything you consume and wear.
And really of gated community, often overwhelmingly white activism. I'm not surprised, therefore, that a person would look askance to...
Gated community in a college? What the fuck are we talking about?
This and say this is bullshit. But you're seeing the wrong bullshit. You're seeing the demographic side of that bullshit. But the reason why the demographic side is lopsided is because those are the communities with the money. Those suburban and small town college communities have academically speaking, and in the political activistic sense, disproportionately have wealth. And no, I'm not talking about white privilege. This is...
You are literally talking about what... Nice one there. To make your point, you have to point out that white people have more general income in this country, but your audience is full of fucking hyper-fragile man babies. So you gotta make sure... I'm not talking about white privilege, guys. You know I'm talking about a privilege that white people have. This isn't white privilege. This isn't like what the SJW say. I'm just trying to make a point. Don't worry. I'm gonna go back at any point that I'm making in 5 minutes anyway. There's no coherence here.
Is all governed by the 1%ers, not by the average white person. They have disproportionately in their communities more money.
Wait, so the disproportionate wealth of white people is governed by the 1%ers, but that's not white what? The fuck does that mean? Guys, don't say base. He almost certainly means Jews.
So if your entire thing, if your activism is actually just activism so-called, like the UVM activism I witnessed, which is still, hey, we've got the vegan option with our prison food.
Nobody thinks this is activism. They're just eating at the fucking cafeteria. This guy has no idea what climate activism is or looks like. I bet you that if I asked him to name one organization, if he has Google next to him, maybe he'll come up with some good answers. But out in the streets, one single question about contemporary climate activism, he wouldn't be able to come up with anything. And now he's rambling about how college student activists are hypocrites because the billion-dollar corporations that give them food at the cafeteria are unethical.
We pulled together $10 to give the janitor that's being underpaid. Yeah, fight the power, man. Karl Marx forever. It's all bullshit. And so if you want to take advantage of people whose heads are full of bullshit propaganda...
Wait, bullshit propaganda where you give $10 to the janitor and then declare the communist revolution begun? This is what I mean when I say this person is so stupid, I don't even know. It's the Sargon effect, too. I don't actually know what points they're trying to make. I have no idea where we're at. I will say the video has gotten significantly better now for the addition of a Comrade Fluffers over there.
And you want them to give you money, or you want them to sign petitions so you can get a corporation to pay you blood money by getting Coca-Cola to pony up money because it looks good for its brand. Oh, we're proud sponsors of the climate change activism front. Ha ha ha. Yes.
Damn, you have a problem with corporations insincerely demonstrating progressiveness while actually being fucking horrible? I've got an ideology for you. Remember, guys, this is every fucking video now. Look at the cat. Oh, the cat's looking. Oh, the cat's looking. The cat's peeping. This is every fucking video. Finish the sentence. Hey, it's bad that corporations are insincerely catering to progressive interests by demonstrating that they're willing to, go green on climate change, but actually haven't changed anything. Wow. Guess we should make an even better effort to sincerely push for climate change activism and not let corporations, which are exclusively motivated by the profit motive, to dictate how we move forward. Damn.
We use renewable materials. Yes, we get your kids hooked on stuff that's rotting their teeth and fucking with their health and causing diabetes, and we should probably just be goddamn banned from the face of the earth. But
wait, isn't Styx a libertarian? Is he unironically advocating? Is he unironically advocating for, soda to be banned because it's unhealthy? We can have that conversation. It's just completely incompatible with the principles of libertarianism.
We paid blood money to this group of so-called activists who up until now have been thriving by bilking soccer moms into $10 a month to get their newsletter about the...
What are we... I don't actually know what we're talking about. I guess I'm just going to let him talk. I feel like we've buried the lead. The lead has been buried into, the fucking magma core of the planet. I have no idea where we're going with... this is like ADHD. I actually feel like I'm talking with, a kid or something,
Striped gibbon. And that's how the system works. It's bullshit. It's not real activism.
So the system works when the 1% makes it so white people have money, who then go to gated community colleges, who say they're activists because they gave $10 to a janitor, but are actually not activists because they ate cafeteria food from corporations that exploit prisoners, and then the money goes to Coca-Cola, who the blood money. Man, I don't know. Maybe this is just me being confronted with a superior intellect, you know? This is like Goodwill Hunting. Like, you walk in and the chalkboard is just this incomprehensibly complicated mathematical equation. Maybe this is what confronting genius feels like. Being rambled at incoherently.
It's a shakedown. It's Al Sharpton style activism. But while I can understand that from the outside looking in, at least demographically, you can understand that it is bullshit. It's hollow words and slow.
Why does he keep saying demographically? That's really strange. Nothing that he's talking about right now is respective to demographics, but he keeps bringing it up. Yeah, the Al Sharpton drop as well.
Sloganeering and stupid shit like that, and a lot of fundraising. 5-to-1 fundraising to tree planting. You know, if you really care about the climate, go out your fucking self with your goddamn friends. You don't need a license to do this. Get a fucking pokey stick, clean up some trash, plant some fucking trees.
So, we were on an article about how a person left the climate change community because it was white or whatever, and now he's like, guys, just go pick up trash, don't donate. Do you think climate change is going to be fixed by picking up trash? This is some Jordan Peterson type stuff, you know? Before you can change the world, make sure your house is in order. Like, that's the feeling I'm getting from this right now. It's also stupid. Obviously, any actual grassroots climate change activism effort is going to need huge institutional support to be able to, for example, lobby or influence policy making or put pressure on massive transnational corporations. Nothing else would even come close to being effective enough. I don't know what he's going on about here, like where you have to go clean trash. I'm sure plenty of people do that too. The trash tag fad went on pretty heavy for quite a while. I saw a lot of that on Reddit. I don't know like what data he's using to come to this point. It just kind of seems like he's complaining obliquely about something he doesn't like without giving any good reasons why he doesn't like it.
Raise an organic garden in your backyard. Study how to do this. Do something with your hands. Do something that's positive.
What?
You don't need these morons to lead you. You don't need anyone to tell you how to plant a fucking tree.
What?
You can look it up on the internet and do it yourself. You don't need anyone to tell you can pick up garbage. There's garbage all over the place here. Some of these people here, some of the college kids in this fucking goddamn community too, and there's a lot less of this hypocrisy here in the Netherlands than in the US, ironically enough, despite it being more of a socialistic country.
I knew he'd be one of those types. So again, like this is the rhetoric of a simpleton, of a deeply addled person, a very soup-like brain. Because anyone with any sense knows that collective organizing is A, the most effective way to engage in activism. Individual acts of goodness just don't cut it on a global scale. And B, climate change is so severe a threat that it cannot possibly be addressed at any level through fucking individual tree planting and trash up picking. Yeah, it's very smooth-brained, very unimpressive.
There's trash everywhere. Why don't they go around and pick it up? No, they'd rather have Coca-Cola Corporation sponsor a cleanup.
This is a huge fucking straw man. Most climate change activism is grassroots. Also, if the Coca-Cola Corporation is capable of putting money towards a good cause, yeah, you should probably take advantage of that money. Again, conjuring a broad feeling of hypocrisy in the audience without actually pointing out a hypocritical set of positions.
Because there's money involved. That's what it's all about. But to go full woke and to say it's a problem of whiteness, too many white people are...
Oh, we're back on the actual subject of the video rather than just you pontificating that trying to change stuff is bullshit, man. Everyone's a phony. We're back on the proper subject?
Caring about the climate. Do you realize how fucking stupid you sound, dude?
Not as stupid as you would sound if you said the article was about quitting climate change because there were too many white people in it, when the article says nothing of the sort. That would make you look very stupid, Sticks. Ooh, that would make you look just really fucking dumb. We can go over the article now. I'm not going to read the entire thing. You're free to check it out yourself. Why I Quit Being a Climate Activist. I have mixed feelings on the article. It's essentially about a non-white person saying that broader discussions of sort of global action against climate change were often being left off the table in climate change activist meetings. How, for example, broader issues like the mistreatment of Native Americans, or the way in which our trade relationships with other countries lead to economic and environmental exploitation that can't be addressed exclusively through feel-good activism, are, again, not really addressed that substantively. It's basically saying, hey, I don't think that some elements of the climate change movement are equipped to deal with the reality of climate change, in large part because it is so suffused with the hegemonic whiteness, the obfuscating lens of whiteness. It's that simple. Nothing about this is her saying, there were too many white people, I had to leave. It was about her principles of anti-colonialism were being represented in the movement. As somebody who studied quite a bit about climate change activism, I can tell you that colonialism is one of its largest proponents. So yeah, pretty simple. I don't know why you couldn't take the time to read it. It took me 4 minutes, Sticks. You've got something that appear to be reading glasses on. I don't know, too many words. It was written at an 8th grade level. I don't know where that is like relative to your.
You sound like a total goddamn moron. If you really think, and I don't believe in this whatsoever. I think that natural feedback mechanisms involving snow reflecting sunlight typically are going to put us into a mini ice age before we turn into Tatooine.
Yeah, so the guy's just a literal climate change denier. Snow reflecting light will give us a mini ice age before we turn into Tatooine. I mean, again, no. The facts of the matter are pretty clear. The global temperature of the planet is rising very, very quickly relative to previous fluctuations in the Earth's temperature. Wasn't this guy pro-climate change activism? What a fucking moron, dude. Jesus Christ. The polls in New Hampshire have officially closed, but let's finish this video before we go over that, huh?
I don't believe in the anthropic climate change boogeyman.
The climate movement is overwhelmingly white, so I walked away. Literally exact words in the article. Come on, Vosh. Go ahead and read the article, my friend. None of her actual complaints were about the fact that white people were involved in the movement, or even how many white people were involved in the movement, but rather about the whiteness of the attitudes in the movement. The lack of anti-colonialism, the lack of anti-racism. The fact that the movement, when focusing exclusively in the interests of broader hegemonic whiteness, couldn't meaningfully tackle climate change. Go ahead, you can read the article. I mean, I'm not hiding it from you.
And as it is normally presented. Climate change is real, and man probably has something to do with parts of it. I don't know that we have the main responsibility, and I also don't know that it's a bad thing.
I mean, we're going to be dealing with hundreds of thousands and then millions of climate refugees in the coming decades. Increasing natural disaster rates, increased severity of hurricanes and typhoons, devastating consequences to our infrastructure. I mean, again, like I said, Sticks and Hammer is really, really stupid. So,
rather be in a warm period than an ice age. So,
we don't. The fuck does that here? Here. We get a historical rate Here we go. This is good. This is over the past 1,000 years. I've showed this on stream before. So the planet does enter cycles of warming and cooling due to a wide variety of incredibly complicated planetary factors. They usually fluctuate incredibly slowly, periods of thousands or even tens of thousands of years, leading to increases in or decreases 1-2 degrees. Whereas over the past century, we have skyrocketed up over 1.5 degrees in a way that is completely out of line with all known projections of historical climate change numbers. So yeah, this is a very, very bad thing. For a planet to be in temperature equilibrium for a very long time, and then for all of the scientists in the world to point at a graph and saying, hey, we're fucking out of lockstep here. We are skyrocketing up and it's going to have immediate consequences for our planet. And then for people like Sticks and Hammer to go, well, I don't actually know if it's a bad thing. It's cool. I mean, I care about people.
The world will go on. If we wipe ourselves out, that's okay. It doesn't really matter to me. I suppose that
I guess that answers that.
Makes me bitter or black-pilled or nihilistic. I don't fucking give a damn.
What a big brain intellectual, my dude. Oh, I love him. Well, the scientists, they just care about the money, man. They just care. There's just big money in it. Anyway, would global warming is even happening? I guess. Like, are people doing it? I don't know. Maybe. Is it even a bad thing? I don't know. I mean, I don't really care though. Is it bad that I don't care? I don't know. Guess I'm black-pilled. What a loser, dude. God, it'd be so embarrassing to be somebody like that. I am so fucking glad. I don't know if there's like an organ in my head that like the introspection organ that keeps me from being that fucking embarrassing. But I'm happy, you know. It makes me. I'm very proud and I'm very thankful for it. I think that's about all we're going to get out of this guy. Anyway, yeah, the initial article that he was talking about just isn't supported. I know that none of his video was about the actual article, but you can go over the article if you want. Why the fuck did he even make this video if he doesn't give a shit? Because he wanted to spend 10 more minutes vaguely tying it to some perceived idea of progressive hypocrisy that he can still in his audience, even though it's completely unrelated to what we're broadly talking about. It's funny, on the Twitter, on the Twitter post for the Vice article that we were looking at here, he actually responded to it. See, he said, ha ha ha. Now, that is the kind of Joker-like edgy nihilism that you can only get from Sticks and Hammer 666. That high IQ, disaffected, you know, ha, you think the world's melting, huh? Well, I don't even care. Maybe I'm just a little more twisted than you are. That's my Sticks and Hammer impression. I bet he fucking loved the Joker. I'm damaged. He's got like the tattoo, you know? That's the thing about society. All you need is a little push. Yeah, okay. All right, okay, sorry. I hate Sticks and Hammer. He really is a pathetic person. And he's so popular, too. Welcome to my twisted ankle. You love the Joker voice too much. Well, listen, can I have my fun? Wouldn't that be cool if I could have my fun? Live count. Where's the live count? New Hampshire live count. Oh, shit, boy. The club momentum. 30%. An overwhelming victory with 1% reporting. The club momentum. With almost 20 votes counted. That's good, though. Hey, while we're waiting on this, I guess I'll go over donations, because that's definitely the next big meme. I truly hate Sticks and Hammer, dude. All right, link. We need links. God damn it, New York. Do I have to give them money? Where do I do the thing? Isn't there a thing I can do to get through this? Incognito? Oh, yeah. Sweet. Go team. All right. Go to the needle? Where's the needle? Oh, shit. Sanders at 68%, Buttigieg at 25%, Warren at 3%. Man, this really is the Buttigieg-Sanders fucking brouhaha. We'll see how this goes. While we're looking at this, I got to read donos, folks. Sorry. You know how it be. Gotta give my pay piggies some love. Bewildered Bee with the $1. Did you see Pete Buttigieg? Buddha butt cheek. Go full service equals citizenship. Absolutely dystopian. Yeah, I did see that. I mean to cover that, comrade. I mean to cover that. Historica Hungarica with the $1. Yep. Your face when new hemp results are in. My face when you don't read theory. Shut the fuck up. Read Bodies That Matter with the $1. Your rant on your rant on sex abolitionism a couple days ago was kind of cringe, to be honest. It's kind of like your views on race. Sex is just an accidental set of anatomical features that are strongly linked to and reified by social forces. Sorry, by bad explanation. Wait, I'm not a sex abolitionist. I'm a gender abolitionist. Sex is a fact of the world, right? You mean sex like none of us can ever fuck again? Yeah, no sex for anyone, folks. You'll need to email me if you want me to get you. Adriana McAllister with the $5. Thanks for recommending Radical Reviewer. Ever since that, I've been diligently reading theory in my free time and feeling like a true anarchitty. Nice! Yeah, Radical Reviewer puts out really great content. I have some of their Etsy badges. The Indigenous Hulk with the $5. Will you come to my birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese today? Yes, just email me the address. Red Eye Sam with the $5. I swear I once saw a diesel punk version of Spanish Civil War factions. Can't find it anymore, but if anyone else does, I'd thank you. If anyone can find a diesel punk Spanish Civil War art piece, then I guess post it in the art channel, my Discord or something. That sounds like a good idea. Well, I know sex is also socially constructed, but sex at least describes a biological reality. You can abolish the concept of sex, but the thing sex describes is a thing, whereas gender is a social construct. You know, we've done this. We've done this. Dumb Cumpster with $5. Do you plan on putting up posters or anything on your walls? Maybe some mood lighting for the room? Yeah, I keep meaning to do that. 100%. I keep fucking not doing it, you know? But I plan on doing it for sure. Far Eastern Myth with the $5. Are you aware of Japan's existence? Heh, weeb. I'm not. I've never heard of it before, officer. Balthazar with the $5. I want to enter the class unconsciousness. That's hot. Is anyone here into the kink where you fuck a person who's asleep or you're asleep and you get fucked? I don't have it. I like active and aggressive partners, but... Not rape! You do it consensually! I just asked if you have the kink, you fucking idiot! Jesus Christ! If I said, hey, do any of you guys have a kink for slapping people or being slapped or choking people and being choked, you guys wouldn't be like, sexual assault, rape, battery, officer. You would all know exactly what I fucking meant. And you know what I mean this time, you stupid pieces of shit. Hey, do any of you guys like being choked? Like in rape? Fuck you. CJS 1916 with $5. Take no BS out to Central Park in Minecraft. What, as part of the 5? No political violence even in Minecraft, comrade. I'm sorry. Ziggy Zack with the $5. Every time someone mentions Parasite, I think of the anime Parasite. Also, here's $5. Go crazy. Thanks. I'll buy beans with it. And true. Posadas John with the $1. SHTF collapse refers to shit hitting the fan. Ah, okay. I knew I'd heard that before. Yeah, shit hitting the fan. There we go. There we go. Give me the results! Aurora with the $1. Next time you put your hair down, can you not put it to the side? Gay as fuck. I like putting it to the side. And Marcus Saren with the 119 Swedish kronar. Thank you so much, comrade. Didn't Destiny theorize that American Johnson only dated his girlfriend Luna because he was a sex tourist who wanted a submissive Asian girlfriend, like me love you long time? He did say that. And you can relay that wherever you want on the line between racist as fuck, which it is, and a pretty good burn, which it is, you know. Look at New York Times journalist cringe. What am I looking at here? Here are the turnouts from Bedford High School. Total registered. Registered a lot of Republicans. Cringe. Joe Biden, Valerie Biden Owens, dress supporters. Cringe, 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 cringe. We'll see when we get the results. Balthazar with the incredibly generous $10. Thank you. I love how the toll cells act like they aren't mauling hard over her 326 votes in the first round, down to 15 in the final round in all of Iowa. People don't like her and are swayed easily. Well, a lot of the reason why she would have been rounded down so hard is because she never got more than a 15% constituency in any of the given caucus locations. It's entirely possible those 326 are like hardline Tulsi fans. They just... except for that 115 district, you know, they weren't able to keep enough people. I don't like Tulsi. Bernie Sandinisto, the $5. Me, Mom, I want to watch Razor Fist. Mom, we have Razor Fist at home. The Razor Fist we have at home. Dude, I would take Razor Fist over Styx any day. Bernie winning here. This is the exact same data. We need to wait for the fucking polling places to start to report. Does anyone know how long it typically takes? It's probably going to be in the ballpark of 1 to 2 hours. If things slow down a little bit, there's other content that I wanted to cover. I actually had 3 things that I wanted to cover. Playing games, the $5. Styx used to do drug reviews. He got sort of big during the Ron Paul craze, but he once had to be hospitalized for weeks because he smoked too much fake weed, and it's possible it gave him brain damage. Wait, is that really true? Did he smoke bad weed and he was hospitalized for weeks? No way. That's funny. Speaking of fucking Jordan Peterson, Gayfesh with the $5. I support Medicare for all because all transphobes should be able to get the dentures they'll need regardless of income or employment status. That's good, Gayfesh. I like that one. State officials are certain they won't have problems reporting results. The front page Concord Monitor headline. Trusted voting system delivers. That's nice. Arn Narang with the 50 kronar, thank you. How important do you think AOC, Tlaib, and Omar's endorsement was last October? Could Sanders have made a comeback without it? Best wishes from Norway. AOC's endorsement was huge because AOC is favored by a lot of like fucking white shit libs who are obsessed with her because she's a left-leaning brown woman who's very pretty, but aren't actually willing to commit to real left-leaning principles. I don't know if Tlaib or Omar's endorsements did as many because I feel as though the people who support those candidates are more likely to be in Bernie's camp to begin with. Whoa, that's a big ad. We got new results from New Hampshire right now. I don't know which county reported in. Wait, we got Concord and Dover have come on in. And from them, we are getting Bernie in the lead. Bernie in the lead with 28.8% of the current vote, 900 counted. Amy Klobuchar with 25.7%, and Buttigieg, who's going to be the real threat here, at 18.6%. Yeah, everyone, stop the count. Stop the count. We got it. We did it. We got what we needed, folks. We got what we needed. I don't know why Washington Post is updating faster than New York Times. You'd think New York Times would probably be at least on par. Herman Quihul with the $5. Styx Hexenhammer 666 Tal Warwick is just discount Heinrich Himmler. Very discount. Can you guys believe that? Styx's real name is Tarl Warwick. What a name. What a try-hard name. You know? It's like a Naruto name. Ruffled Bricks with the very generous $10. If you watch Styx's videos chronologically, that plant in his room moves closer to the window each time to try and escape his oafish rhetoric. His breath also probably smells bad. But that little figure, the cat. I like the cat. Oafish rhetoric. It's good. It's good. Paul Resendez, the $5. Vosh, should the Senate be made into a proportional legislative body, i.e. increase the number from 100 senators to X depending on population? Well, if that's the case, you might as well not even have a Senate. You might as well just roll everything back into the House of Representatives. But bicameral legislations can be a good idea sometime. I don't know. I haven't really thought that much about reformism of our system. That's something I would need to think about more. Amelia with the $5. I have a question. How do I go about defending the good parts of the Soviet Union without looking like a tanky? Along with that, how do I go about bread pilling the communism will never work types? Well, that depends. That depends on the type. Like, I can't say broadly with like every single communism will never work type, like what you can do. What you should say is, hey, you know, maybe communism has a bad rap. And it does, you know, cool, fuck Soviet Union, whatever. However, there is very strong data to suggest that there are many problems which could be solved with the implementation of worker co-ops. And you get them from there. Focus on policy. Don't let them get dragged away with these big... Because when they hear communism, they'll just think of every dictatorship that's ever existed. They'll think of Henry VIII, you know. They'll think of fucking Charlemagne. They'll think of Emperor Alexander. They'll run away with it, you know. Schmo with the $3. Speaking of Styx, John Lennon's evil clone, there's a guy who sits at my table in personal finance class who is named John Lennon, and he goes by his nickname, presumably because of the bullying. That does suck. Having the same name as a celebrity sounds like it'd be really tiring. My birthday is on Valentine's Day. That's so minor, and I still get jokes about it. Holy shit, I'm going to be 26 in 3 days. Cuckoo Cachoo. Happy birthday, the Indigenous Hulk. Bear Hug with the $5. People stop comparing Comrade John Lennon to Styx. They look nothing alike. I mean, they have the big round glasses. They both have like long straight hair. They both have thin faces. They both probably beat their significant other. I don't know. Conciliator with the $5. White segregationists in the South argued that orgs like SNCC were just white activist college students riling up totally content black people. This is an old school argument. Yeah. It's a classic way of discrediting activists by saying they're a bunch of privileged like busybody know-nothings who are just trying to get everyone stirred up over a bunch of nothing. You know, it's a pretty common one. Whether you racialize the argument or not, it's still pretty dog shit. Posadas John with $1. I'm so mad Styx has the Minutemen flag in the playthrough of Fallout 4 as the general. I lead the Minutemen to form the perfect post-nuclear anarcho-Posadas syndicalist republic. Yeah, it makes sense that Posadas, not Posadas John. It makes sense that Styx and Hammer would have something from Fallout 4 hung behind him, because then both him and the backdrop are fucking terrible. I'm a big tent lib soak, Hubeldorf. I don't really care that much about post like capitalism theory. Got to get us out of the weeds first. I liked Fallout 4. Pepe laugh. BB Blaskowicz with the $5. As a metalhead, I apologize for all the poser core ANCAP shitweasels like Razorfist and Styx and Hammer that think they represent the scene. Yeah, I'm sorry too. I genuinely am. Because they are really hard to ignore. Yeah, he's normally shirtless. We really missed out on it, dude. We could have been celebrating the post-punk sensibilities of this absolute Chad, you know? This is what he normally shows up to work like. Why aren't you normally shirtless? Because while I am generally a very confident person, I also am capable of feeling shame. Like, again, I'm not shaming being a skinny, kind of like womanly looking dude or whatever. I'm not shaming that. I'm just saying, like, why is this guy talking about soy? I just feel like he shouldn't be doing that. Like, look at this man. What am I looking at? This editorial is a response to particular claims and question put forth by Sticks and Hammer during a recent debate about ethno-nationalism with Greg Johnson. Oh, no. I don't even know. I was just looking for the image. Those brows, though. Can you compete? Thornton County reports Bernie still leads. Wait. Where's Thornton County? Those are key townships. Oh, shit! Uh-oh. But Buttigieg is catching up. Bernie Sanders still in a comfortable lead with 26.8% of the vote, representing 1,300 citizens of New Hampshire. Pete Buttigieg coming in at third behind Klobuchar at 20.6%, nearly 1,000 votes of the constituency. Bernie leading by about 30% of his vote count. Klobuchar in second place, middling out the space between the two of them at 23.7% of the votes represented. And we have another, Bernie Sanders still at 26.9% with nearly 2,000 New Hampshireites stepping out for him. Klobuchar and Buttigieg are now basically neck and neck with less than 100 votes difference between them. About 50 votes difference between them, actually. Is there a serious issue with Bernie bros being homophobic to Buttigieg? Not really, no. I mean, some of them are definitely being, like, homophobic, sure. Is it a serious issue? I don't think so. Not even close. So I think it's another way of, like, bad faith id polling, you know? I guess we'll be using the new the Washington Post one because fucking New York isn't updating any of its shit. Is it because I'm using incognito mode so it's not sending new information to me? I have no idea. No, this is non-cognito mode. Weird. Oh yeah, it's that picture. It's that drawing of me. That's nice. Well, look at this then. Can you fucking stop? There we go. Buddha butt cheek. Looks like pink is representing Bernie Sanders this time, which is fine by me. Why is New Hampshire shaped like that? You know, I don't know. Balthazar with the $5. Speaking of Jordan Peter memes. Oh, yes. We will absolutely be covering this. Yes, we will absolutely be covering the Jordan Peter meme. Crippling vegetable news break. My jaw dropped when I read the JP news. I'm fucking good. Can't move his mouth. Can't spread more self-help reactionary bullshit. Vontix with the $1. Clean up your room, get medically induced coma in Russia. True. And Cheese Dumpling with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. Hey, Vosh, time subbing. Just wanted to say I love the content. Keep up the good work. Hey, comrade. Also, Mike Bloomberg is a literal racist Republican running in the DNC. Yes, that's true, but I still think he's better than Trump. I think it's the better Republican, you know? Let's just make sure Bloomberg is not our nominee. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate it. Where we at? Molten Borough went to Pete. Cringe. I don't see Molten Borough represented. Portsmouth. Livermore. I don't see it on this map. Cringeboro. It switched to Loudoun? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Buttigieg takes this. Bernie's still in the lead. Oh! The lead is closing. Buttigieg and Klobuchar now 9 votes away from one another. Bernie Sanders, his lead falling a little bit, 25.9% of the constituency. Isn't Concord the capital Oh, is it 11? Sorry, I read 9. Yeah, okay, other way. Isn't Concord the capital of New Hampshire? It is, right? I am really surprised that the capital went so hard to Klobuchar. Like, Bernie Sanders is, like, way below. Normally, capitals go really well for Bernie Sanders. Only 10% reporting? That's true. Why would anyone vote for Klobuchar? Refresh. The map auto refreshes, you know. I don't even know if it... Yo.
You want any food?
Do I want any food? No, I'll get it when I'm out. Oh, if you could make rice, that'd be great.
Yeah, maybe.
Wait, hasn't your campaign started?
I told you I had a feeling. You fucking canceled it.
Ah, nice.
Yeah. Yeah, so...
And I would have started earlier.
That's not my fault.
Yeah, I know.
Love you.
Love you. Title Punk Roller Girl with the $5. Stupid Jackal helping me clean the house and throw stuff away like the best boyfriend ever or something. You two are so fucking gay, dude. Holy shit. Digital... And I like it. Digital bitch slap at the $2. Why do you have a problem with mentally ill people? I don't. I have a mental illness as well. I have bipolar disorder and manic depression. I do, however, believe that mental illness in many cases compromises a person's ability to see the world rationally. Not all mental illnesses do this, but some of them do. Usually when I impugn someone for being mentally ill, what I'm doing is saying that their reasoning is so crazily irrational, so out of the ballpark, that it couldn't have been formed through reasonable thought processes. Whoa! Bernie Sanders taking the lead further. 27.6% of the constituency going to him, 3,200 votes. He has now cemented a 5.4% lead over Pete Buttigieg, who has climbed his way to second place. You're ADHD too? Yeah, but I wouldn't call ADHD a mental illness. A condition, neuroatypical, maybe like disorder. I don't know if an illness is the right. It could be. I don't know. Possibly. Skylar Lucas with the tier 2 sub. Thank you, comrade. Just got off work and happy to see you're streaming. Hope you're having a good day. I'm having a great day because I know Bernie Sanders is going to take New Hampshire. It's keeping me going in here. I also have ADHD. I love you so much. I love you too, Hubeldorf. I'm just trying to prevent positive representation. I've got my meds, not my ADHD meds, but my mood stabilizers somewhere here. Oh, there they are. They're right next to my beautiful chicken. Look at this little baby. Got them in Seattle. They're very, very, very soft. Oh, too round-butted for me to put on my head. There we go. Stoven Bloke with the incredibly generous tier 3 sub. Thank you so much, comrade. This is before I hear the results, but the revolution did not start with Bernie and will not end with Bernie. Do everything you can to put socialists in every possible office. Once we have the political capital, the diamond swords will come out. Only if they need to, which is never, because political violence is wrong. That is true, though, folks. The fight gets much more difficult. Much more difficult. So much more difficult after Bernie Sanders wins. See, that's the tough part. Getting into office is step 1. Actually changing the world is step 2. Very, very important. Yes, Conyer is returned back home. Can I click Manchester? Where's Manchester looking? Manchester hasn't reported anything just yet. We're looking at... Damn, these votes are climbing. Yeah, Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg. I keep saying Pete Buttigieg because Jesse Lee Peterson said it in a recent discussion with Destiny, and it was very funny. Bernie Sanders now leading by a slim 4.6%. Did I fuck Conyer? No, Conyer and I are not sexually attracted to one another. Thank you for asking. Dazel with the $5. We win here and it's over. If Buttigieg can't even win super white New Hampshire, he's done in the South. Biden's imploded. Bloomberg nibbles around the edges. Super Tuesday is a coronation. I don't know. Bloomberg is taking a lot of those black votes. A lot of those fucking votes. Be careful, comrade. Be careful with that complacency. Rivera Live with the $5. I have always been, and then it cuts off. I like that. What am I looking at here? I have always been hashtag vote blue no matter who. I now have to say vote blue no matter who except Bloomberg. Hashtag Bloomberg is a racist. Hashtag Bloomberg is a fascist. Hashtag Bloomberg is an oligarch. Fascist can have a D next to name. Yes, that is true. Maybe I will revise my position on vote blue no matter who with Bloomberg specifically, okay? Maybe just for you guys, just as a little treat, okay? Ruffled Bricks with the $5. I heard JLP calls him Bernie Sanders, Sandy Sandcheeks. Does he really? Bernie Sandy Sandcheeks? That's good. I should use that more often. Hey, Conyer. How's the chowder with the $5? Hot take, people pushing homophobic tropes to try and dunk on Peter Buttigieg or fucking cancer. I will say this. I think it's pretty cringe the way people are like pictures of Pete like kissing his husband and they're like, ha, he's fake gay. Ha, Pete Buttigieg is straight. His husband is his beard. Which I think is just really fucking stupid. Yeah, gay for clout. I don't know about that one. Like, you can, like, when you see them kissing, you can call him out on being a robotic fucking animatronic puppet. You can do that. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, calling him fake gay seems a little fucking weird, you know? Red Eye Sam with the $5. That last one was supposed to be my last dono for a while, but now I really want to know about this American Johnson drama. Oh, it's not drama that involves me. It was just a debate that he had with Destiny a while back. He was debating American Johnson, and Luna came in, or Luma, I forget. And they argued, and at some point Destiny implied that that American Johnson only went over to Vietnam so we could get a submissive yellow trad wife to dutifully suck his cock while like making carrots or something. I don't know. This Vox tally is Bernie ahead on 8,000 votes. How could Vox possibly have that many more votes in? Wait, how is Vox this far ahead? Updated 4:35 as of this minute. Updated 1 minute ago. Wait, is this the... I mean, is this the most up-to-date? Is Vox popping it out? I mean, I like Vox. Bernie Sanders leading. We're going to use this. Bernie Sanders leading very comfortably with 8,300 votes, 28.5% of the constituency. Pete Buttigieg coming in second at 22.26% of the vote. This currently is a 6.23 percentage point lead, which is a huge lead. Folks, if we can maintain this supremacy over the course of the primary count, then this is a crushing victory, an overwhelming victory for Bernie Sanders. Make sure it's not a projection. It doesn't look like it is. It has reporting results. Yeah, Biden is just, Jesus Christ, man. Biden is just, man, Biden never really had any supporters, did he? God, I feel bad almost. And Nani Moose with the 250, any thoughts on the whole alleged lefties making homophobic jokes against Peter meme, if any? I think there are a few people who are being cringy and are... it's the same as, like if you say, like, to Candace Owens, like, Candace Owens isn't a real black. Well, of course Candace Owens is black, but also, you know, there's a legitimate argument to be made for how, like, she has abandoned blackness or, like, the black struggle. Would I make that argument? I wouldn't, you know. I'll call her an Uncle Tom, but I wouldn't say she's not a real black. But this is a thing that happened before. I don't think it's, like, a serious issue. I think Destiny's decision to focus on this in particular and sort of project these tendencies across the entire left is... super cringe. This is something that people without an argument do all the time. They'll find outliers and they'll try and extrapolate those outliers to everyone else. Do you think Destiny will be on suicide watch if Bernie wins? No, I don't think so. Adria Rising with the $1. Hey Vosh, someone in chat posted this link to a GoFundMe page for someone's sick cat, and I wanted to give it a shout out. I got to be careful about these. Folks, I'm going to post a link in chat for Django's vet bills. I love you guys, okay? I know a lot of you are cat-brained. I'm posting that in chat. Now you can look at that and take a look at a cat and then contemplate that it might be dying. Godspeed. Browsing GoFundMe makes me want to kill myself. I can't do it. Irish Ladia with the $1. Go Bander Cernio. True. And Red Eye Sam with the $2. And Mayor Pete Platitude Generator. Also true. Luxander with a tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. My gifted sub ran out. I need dicks. Also, ADHD is developmental disorder. Thank you. Yeah, developmental disorder. That sounds about right. Yeah, 100. 100%. Thank you very much, comrade. I hope you enjoy your dicks. I saw Bloomberg's Twitter. I'll go over that in the future. Pragmatic Culture with the $5. Is there an essential difference between a Nazi and a reactionary to you, or are they different names for the same set of beliefs? Oh, there's a huge difference. A reactionary is just an anti-progressive of all kinds. I've decided I don't want to make rice. I'm sorry. I love you. Babe, make rice. Whatever. Fuck you. I'll have pizza when I get out. There's a huge difference between these things. A reactionary is just somebody who is anti-progressive. So it can be racist, can be sexist, can be homophobic, transphobic, whatever. A Nazi is a reactionary fascist who believes in defending the white race, ethno-nationalism for white people, returning to sort of an ancestral European cultural identity, and in the Jewish question. Oh. Go to New York Times. God, I can't bounce between all of these fucking sites. Give me the New York Times link again. Where is it? Not forecast. Do you think a world run by women would be better? No. Okay. Right now, the New York Times posting has Bernie Sanders way the fuck in the lead. 11.7 percentage points ahead of... Whoa! And it just jumped. Now, 12 points ahead. However, Vox's... Here, we'll incognito this, I guess. Vox's data seems to be the most on the nose for the moment. That's what we're going to be focusing on. Otherwise, we're just going to be jumping between different polls whenever the one that shows us the most favorable results updates. Vox now has Bernie Sanders at 29.25%. That is a about a 7.7% percentage point lead over Pete Buttigieg. That's 9,500 votes presiding over the 7,000 votes for Pete Buttigieg. Amy Klobuchar still at a much stronger than she should be. 18.5%. Warren and Biden are dead in the water, folks. These people are out of the race. Warren no longer has any route to the presidency. She just fucking folded. She collapsed. She collapsed like a stack of cards. And Biden, it seems like Biden never had any real support. Treasure07 with the $5. Thank you. I wish more lefties had your style. You should take a look at Alt Hype's video on you sometime. I have, comrade. Don't worry, I have. There's a whole history of Alt Hype's video on me. It is a very stupid video. I've watched it back and forth many times and developed arguments against every point within there, whatever arguments there are to be found in there. However, Alt Hype is a brainlet drama whore with a dying channel who's only capable of maintaining momentum by antagonizing channels on the rise, which is why he made a 2-hour, 40-minute video from 60 seconds of me talking. Because he wants to bait a huge response that he can respond to. But I don't give out freebies. 60 seconds? Yes, actually. That's a good point. Nate Silver coming in. I do wonder about the extent to which some voters use Bloomberg as a placeholder for undecided, especially since he'll have a lot of high name recall given his ubiquitous ads. A lot of Bloomberg voters say they might change their mind and Bloomberg's demos resemble undecided voter demos. Ha! Bloomberg has 73% might change their mind. Holy shit. Sanders has the most decided voter base by far, with 60% made up, but Bloomberg's only 25% made up, and Buttigieg is only 28% made up. Buttigieg and Bloomberg have very indecisive voter bases that we can still pull to. That's good. That's good. Concan with $5. I like New Hampshire, but if we give Bernie the votes he deserves, I think I'll finally be properly proud insofar as pride in a state that isn't dumb. All states are dumb, comrade, but maybe today New Hampshire can have the spotlight. Jack Puff Guy with $2. Also, thank you for the content. Much appreciated. Oh, no problem, comrade. Very much appreciated for you to be here. No, I haven't Radical Reviewer. I slept in till like 1 p.m. today due to reasons. And Jacked Puff Guy with the very, very generous $10. I work in an overly conservative work environment and I've received great questions in regards to my lefty views. I answer to the best of my abilities. What do I do when I can't answer their questions? If you can't answer their question, I think this is a great question. Nobody is a perfect repository of knowledge. Not me, not you. Nobody knows everything. If you're asked a question by some conservative-leaning person and you legitimately don't know the answer, what I would recommend you do is A, have a mental list of sources or resources that you can point to. Say like, hey, I don't really know much about that economic issue. It's really interesting. I want to read more up about it. I do know this YouTube channel has talked about that, or I know this book has talked about that. But if you don't have that, just be honest. Just say, I don't really know. It's something I'm interested in looking, up into more. Being honest and forthcoming about your positions makes people feel you're not an ideologue. And if you're not an ideologue, people will be much, much, much more willing to actually take your opinion seriously. Bernie Sanders and Buddha Butt Cheeks still running ahead. What are we reporting at now? Rockingham, 17% reporting. Hillsborough, 12%. Stratford, it looks like we're still with maybe 10 to 15% of the votes reporting. Coming in hot. It's going to be a tight one, folks. And Red A with the $5. Biden getting no votes really proves you can't say go vote for someone else and I was once a black guy's VP and win a primary. Well, for so many people, Biden was just the interim candidate until they found some other establishment tool who they liked more. And for a lot of people, that ended up being Buttigieg or Bloomberg. Nobody really liked Biden. Nobody likes Biden. But Biden was the default candidate until someone else can be the default candidate. And right now, Buttigieg and Bloomberg are going to be the ones cannibalizing those votes. Somnio Static with the $5. Thank you. Did you ever think we'd be where we are in this presidential race? There's a very real possibility of Bernie being president. I never thought I'd even see a possibility. Like the Chapo boys said, it is a slim chance, but it is the biggest slim chance we have ever seen in our lifetimes. The biggest slim chance since... the biggest slim chance in the history of the country. Yeah. Ghost of FDR with the $5. How bad faith does Destiny go when talking about lefties and Bernie's run for president? Haven't looked at his stuff in a while, except for some of his the anti-democracy movements. I would recommend you go take a look at some of his more recent videos, going over the Iowa with Hutch, and also with the homophobia lefty debate thing. I strongly recommend you go over those. I consider those to be not the best faith showings. Bernie at 30? I'm not seeing Bernie at 30. I'm still getting 29.59. Was FDR based or cringe? He was a beautiful composite mixture of both. Oh, rounding up to 30, I see. Well, that's 8 percentage point lead, folks. 8 percentage point lead. That's looking pretty goddamn good. We'll see how it goes. 30 in New York Times. We're not looking at the New York Times statistics, folks. We're going to be using the... What do we have with Washington? Washington's still a while behind. Vox is giving us the most up-to-date numbers right now. It doesn't have as cool of an interactive map, but that's okay. Thoughts on Teddy Roosevelt? Teddy Roosevelt did a lot of really cool things and a lot of really uncool things, and that's that. Look at Tulsi in the northernmost county. Damn, the Tulsi momentum. 16 entire votes going to Tulsi. Fair, Wraithwrecker. Balthazar with the $5. Feel really bad I can't find the original authors, but true. This question is so important because it involves the essence of our economy. Numbers. Without numbers, we couldn't build great things or strive for a better future. And that's why I'm running for president of the United States. I can't do a Buttigieg impression. I just did like a generic like president dude impression, okay? Our Destiny VODs on his Twitch? No, he has a YouTube channel. Just Destiny on YouTube. He's too bland to impersonate? Yeah, how do you impersonate Buttigieg? Like, at least with Biden, you can do like, yeah, corn pop, malarkey. You can like try, you can do something like that, you know? Bernie's fairly easy. Now I'm bad at doing impressions, period. But with Bernie, you know, the future of our country, you know, and Trump's obviously... Do a white person impressions of Obama? The shape of our democracy is the shape that affects all of our democracy. I don't know. Yeah, I'm good at I want to be ninja. I want to be ninja. There you go. Who's my favorite Chapo? I mean, Virgil's pretty fucking funny. I really like them all, though. I'm still unsold on Amber. Isn't Amber, like, problematic as fuck or something? Why do you sound like you're from New York? Concan with the $5. Thank you. Cheers to you. I have to go cheer for Sanders at a Yang finish party. I have high hopes that everything will keep turning up for Sanders. Glad to hear it, comrade. I hope you have a good-ass time at your finish party. Oh, we just got a wave of subs. Imperial Squid with the $5. FYI, Vox gets their data from Decision Desk, which uses a combination of exit polling and official stuff, so it's semi-projected, semi-current. Ah, damn it. Really? God, fuck. Okay, New Hampshire then. Jesus. We really have to use New Hampshire then? New York Times is way behind. She's very pro-social justice, but is okay with slurs. Damn, that sounds like me. Jack Puff Guy with the $5. Thank you for that response. I just wanted to give you another $5. Thank you again. Hey, my pleasure, comrade. My pleasure entirely. Thank you very much. All right, we're gonna have to go with the Washington Post. I didn't know this was like running partially off projections, which is a shame because these numbers look really, really nice. But we're going to be looking at the Washington Post numbers for now. Okay? Okay. Sirui with the tier 1 sub. I feel you should get your cat's input on political predictions. That's a good point. Actually, in fact, hold on. I'm going to use the restroom. I don't know why. I can do this. When I'm just chilling, when I'm going about my day, when I'm doing work, when I'm doing emails or whatever, when I'm out in the town, I cannot pee for 2, 3, 4 weeks, you know? But when I'm streaming, boy, do I gotta pee all the time. I don't know why that is the case. I think it's disgusting. I'll leave you with this, and I'll be back for just a second. Bernie Sanders on the Washington Post non-projected results reporting in 6.8% percentage lead and a fat 2,500 votes ahead of Buttigieg. Keep your eye on this graph, friends, okay? I'm going to be back less than 2 minutes. And keep an eye at it, okay? Keep an eye. Baby. Baby. He's purring. You know what was really, really nice? Blemby and Conyer got along so well together. Conyer's in chat. Yeah, I kiss this cat in the nose. How jealous are you guys? Conyer and Blemby got along so incredibly well. Normally, Blemby's a little more, you know, a little more hesitant. But the moment Conyer came in, he was just sniffing Conyer's nose and stuff. Look at this baby. You smell weird. Have you been fucking around? He's purring. Don't eat my mustache. He says he hopes Bernie Sanders wins. No! How many cats do you have? Just one. Our roommate has one as well. Oh. What? Oh. Gotcha. All right. I'm going to send him back. Here, purr into the mic. Make it feel like they're there. Little fucking weirdo. All right. Cute baby. I'll play with you soon. If only he knew he had an audience. All right, what were we doing? An election? That's cool, I guess. All right, what are we looking at here? Any updates? No updates, it seems. Any word of updates? Anyone know how long the stream is going? This stream is going until we know who won the New Hampshire Democratic primary election. What are we getting from Vox now? Vox's numbers are holding pretty much the same. We'll see how it runs. Big Ben Friend 23 with the $10. Thank you very, very much, comrade. I'm so happy Bernie has a chance of being president. I was gutted when Corbyn lost on December 13th, but now I have faith that our Yank comrades across the pond can pull through. Ha! Hey, don't jinx it for us, okay? I don't know if we need any of that Jezza energy over here for our election. But but I appreciate the sentiment, comrade. Hope we can inspire hope for everyone, you know? Lucky Axolotl with the $5. My mom's side is from New Hampshire. Can I finally be proud of the white trash state? Is New Hampshire a white trash state? I don't know what New Hampshire is really known for, you know? Obscure Left is the tier 1 sub. Looks like my sub ran out. Happy early birthday, Vosh. You share a birthday with my dad. Your dad's a love baby. Thoughts on the Red Scare podcast? I don't know what the Red Scare podcast is. I mean, I've heard of it. But I have never myself listened to an episode. New Hampshire is super white. Yeah, but an area being white doesn't necessarily mean that area is bad. Sure, we have people in here who disagree, but, you know. Hammer Time with the $1. Everyone in Chapo Trap House is a bit problematic. They are unified in being leftists and believing in intersectionality, which is what really matters. Fair and true. Radical Reviewer with the 420. Hey, man. Been a while since I donated. Tee wheat number. Nice. Thank you, comrade. I don't know. Do you smoke? I feel like you smoke. You're a dog. You can't smoke. Chaos with the $5. I love how you humiliated AIU. I hope you can do the same to Mr. Medicare. Well, there are some issues with that. Mr. Medicare isn't on YouTube for the most part, right? Most of his stuff gets put on BitChute, which means a lot of his content I couldn't show on YouTube because there's a reason why he moved it over. But also, Mr. Medicare is a giant pussy who never actually commits to any of his positions. He just, like, sits behind the lol trolling thing, you know? Because he knows that actually committing to a position would you know, erase the pipeline dog whistling he's worked to establish. He is a neo-Nazi. He's a good shit talker. There's no denying that. Robert Michaels with the £5. Thank you. Sinn Féin won the Irish Parliament, which feels pretty wholesome. Yeah, I heard that. I want to cover that as soon as I learn a little bit more about it. I don't want to, you know, embarrass myself. And Taryn Rich with the $5. They said it couldn't be done. They said corporations couldn't be people. This fall, one man proves them wrong. Pete Buttigieg is the Ratchurian candidate. Nice fucking meme, comrade. It's pronounced Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin, gotcha. Sinn Féin. We're getting through this together, comrades. We're getting through this together. We'll see, Omicron. Then, with the Vox totals, the Buttigieg has caught up substantially. What are we looking at right now for New York Times? New York Times, he has a 5.2 percentage point lead. New York Times is well behind New Hampshire, so we're going to be sticking with New Hampshire. Yeah, we're not using Vox reliably. Someone was sending this to me earlier? Yeah. Not entirely out of the realm of probability, you know. It's always a possibility. Is New York Times good? Well, no. The Pie Man with the $5. It's a shame Warren is probably out of the race at this point because she was literally the only other progressive candidate after Bernie. Not that she's better than Sanders, but certainly better than the rest of the crop. Whoa, you're forgetting about my man Steyer over there, the fucking king of progressivism. How dare you? Honestly. Moat Serve with the $5. The best Chapo is Matt with Virgil at a very close second. Why can't we all just get along? And Shackley with the $5. Vosh, look up Michael Brooks' Obama impression on YouTube, comrade. I've seen it before. I've seen it on the fucking Majority Report. I've seen his impression. It's very good, very, very good. A lot of talent. I'll work on it. I'll work on my impression game for you guys. Is that what you guys want? You want me to work on my impression game for you? How does that sound? Is that what you want? Posadas John with the $1. First of all, protect Amber. Anti-Amber posters on Reddit can go fuck themselves. Second, Matt is best boy in my humble opinion. And last, who did a better Buttigieg impression, Virgil or Felix? They did an impression off last episode, the New Hampshire episode. I haven't seen the New Hampshire episode yet. I'll be sure to tweet my opinion when I'm done with it. And Lowest Heaven with the $5. Real image of Bloomberg write-in vote. The fuck is this? Oh yeah, I'm voting. Voting. Is this like a Canadian? Ooh, do you like this one? Spends 30 hours a week reading and watching news, thinks him being informed somehow matters. Ooh, do you like that? Pepe. Pepe hands. Yang is down? Oh no! Baby! Hyena! I can hear my voice on speaker in the bedroom. Ah! Okay. The club momentum. Ruthless. man. That's really funny. Wait, where's info on him ending the campaign? Or closing his campaign? Oh, radical reviewer. I think it's just the type of person you are, right? Some people really like watching their partners play video games or stream or whatever. It's recent CNN. CNN Yang. Give me the news. Damn, man. He's over! Andrew Yang plans to announce he's suspending his presidential campaign during a speech Tuesday night in New Hampshire. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again. I like Yang. I don't like his policies. I don't like a lot of the stuff he advocates for. I hate his fan base. Sometimes, except for my baby girl. I love you. But I think Yang is probably a decent guy. I think that Yang is a decent guy. I think that Yang genuinely cares about people, and maybe he just kind of has like a progressive libertarian tech bro idea of how you go about doing that. But I like Yang. And I do think there's something very fundamentally democratic about Yang. Because Yang was not a politician. Yang did not have this giant, like, political precedent. Yang didn't have a lot of money. I mean, Yang is rich, don't get me wrong. But he's not, like, establishment rich, you know? And in spite of all that, he managed to, you know, get a pretty decent, you know, constituency. I imagine his voters will mostly go to Sanders because he spoke largely to anti-establishment progressivism. That was his sort of main pull. Nobody votes Yang because they want to like be an establishment shill, you know. But I liked Yang. I hope he endorses Bernie. That is my preference, obviously. I think he seems like a kind of funny, sincere guy. I don't know if he's presidential material. I don't know if he has the composure and character to be the president. But altogether, I think that he personally is pretty fine. What about the chuds that supported him? Well, a lot of the reason why so many of these alt-right types ended up liking Yang is because they're either A, you know, neats or hikikomoris or losers or incels or whatever who just want their $1,000 a month. And a lot of it is because he tweeted one time about white birth rates. I don't think he was dog whistling there. I mean, maybe. No, I don't really think so. He just tried to jump straight into the presidency with no name recognition. Yeah, he did. And yeah, he had no foreign policy either. Yang's foreign policy, he just focused on the freedom dividend. Do you think he expected to get this far? No, I don't. I don't. This is pretty wild. Whatever the case may be, I'm interested to see where the Yang legacy goes from here. What happens to him? He's pretty young. What happens to his constituency? I imagine most of them will go to Bernie. That's my guess. But I don't really know. Him dropping out is good for Bernie because it will probably disproportionately help him. Whatever the case may be, I'm interested in seeing where we go from here. You know? That's what I'm interested in seeing. Did the Chapo boys ever meet with Yang the way they met with Delaney? Probably not, right? But Yang is pretty open about like going all over the place. They interviewed Yang? Shit, yeah. Okay, I figured they would have. I guess I'll go back and check that out. Interested in see how that conversation went. Well, whatever the case may be, there are worse candidates out there. Like far, far worse candidates. Far, far worse candidate. I think that some libertarian-leaning people are genuinely like good, decent people. I don't think it's intrinsically bad. Reactionaries are intrinsically bad. People who want to hate, compartmentalize, segment, discriminate just because of people's skin color or gender, that's just bad, you know. But it's possible for a person to be a libertarian and believe sincerely that you're advocating for progressive rights. I had a person on my stream who was an ANCAP a little while ago. and he sincerely believed, he was left-leaning socially, and he sincerely believed that, yeah, this woman is submitting herself to Yang. Take me, master. That government interference explained all bigotry. That if it weren't for government regulation or whatever, the free market would never be bigoted because it's always financially beneficial for everyone to be equal. Which is dumb, and I won that argument very quickly. It was very silly. But that person wasn't a bad guy. That person wasn't like a bigot. They just had some dumb ideas about which economic positions, lead to which outcomes. Whatever the case may be. Good luck, Yang. Maybe one day I'll get to meet you. I don't know. Maybe if I get to be a big media figure, you still stay in the political game. I don't know. One day. And like clockwork, they show the ad. We're looking at a 5.6 percentage point lead by Bernie over Buttigieg at this point. So far, all of these districts are going to Sanders. All these townships. Sanders, huge win in Keene. Sanders, massive win in Manchester. Huge win in Dover. Salem went to Buttigieg, but pretty narrowly. And Concord looks like it's neck and neck between Klobuchar, Buttigieg, and Sanders. Now, a lot of these districts haven't full reported yet. Here's the Vox results, which are unreliable. That gap is closing between Buttigieg and Sanders, folks. I'm going to say, if we can maintain a 6 percentage point lead over Buttigieg, that to me is a victory that I can take away with pride. Lowest heaven with... Oh, wait, I already did that one, lol. Oh, my God. Always makes it back home in time for the big game. Doesn't even know what a political spectrum is. Ballot gets counted 5 times over. Ah, that's good. I feel this. I feel this hard. I kid you not. On MSNBC, they announced Bernie Sanders has taken a big lead in New Hampshire, but the panelists then started saying that even though he's in first, if you add up Pete and Amy together, they're in first. Oh, man. Remember what I said at the beginning of the stream about political talking heads being very well trained? And how they could only do stuff like this if they were being instructed to manufacture consent? They're desperate. They're desperate. The co-presidency. I'm watching and that's not what they said. Is that true? Is this not representative of what they actually said? Vosh, I don't know if you covered this, but Yang dropped out. Really? I haven't heard of it. Wax Newman with the $5. They tried to get him with a heart attack gun, but his muscles were just too strong. They tried to rat fuck him, but he won by 6K votes. Give Bernie your energy. He's only 49 states away from Super Saiyan. True. What does manufacturing consent actually mean? Comrade Moombly. Comrade Moombly. Manufacturing consent is when the media superstructures, whenever people in power, essentially, try to direct your political beliefs in a given direction. They manufacture your consent. Like, let me give you an example, okay? Here's a great example. Best example there is in the past 20 years. The Iraq War. The Iraq War was an unmitigated disaster. Nobody at the time wanted it. Back in 2003, nobody wanted the Iraq War, okay? Except for some people in power. So then you start talking about weapons of mass destruction. the media starts covering Saddam Hussein's treatment of his people. All of a sudden, the media seems very keen in pushing all of these narratives that get the population on board with invading Iraq. That's the big distinction there. If they had just invaded Iraq with no buildup, it would have been like there would have been no support. Like no support. None at all. But by predicating the invasion with months of consent manufacturing, you're able to bias public opinion. Now, it's not manufacturing consent if you're just trying to sway people's opinions deliberately. Like if a Bernie Sanders campaign manager goes on like Fox News to try and explain why Bernie Sanders is a good candidate, that is not manufacturing consent because the bias there is deliberate and overt. Yes. Here's a good video on it. Thank you. Beep. Why even need me? Because there's a fucking Al Jazeera video for everything. Yes, Al Jazeera, Noam Chomsky. Better than I can explain it. There you go. The lead is closing. Aurora with the $1. Sticks and Hexenhammer has a cuter cat than you. Pepe. Not true. Fuck you, Pepe. Alistair Frankus with the £5. Just watched Decision Desk for a bit. No evidence data fed to Vox's projection. Think it's legit. There's no evidence that the data being fed to Vox is projection. It's just legit. Really? Is that true? But now it's been called into question. I want to use the Vox results because they update the fastest, but they also have like this nicely laid out data, I'm gonna stick with Washington Post for now. We'll see how it goes. Thank you though. Chaos with the $2. He streams on YouTube and almost never dog whistles there since he knows only dedicated fans will watch. Never dog whistles as in he never dog whistles, or he just outright says the bigoted things. I don't know. I saw a Medicare stream once. I did see it once when he was talking about the FBI leaked data. Davian Newman with the $2. Joe Biden is doing horribly. Oh my God. Yeah, he's out of the fucking race. It's crazy how hard he collapsed. Counterpoints with the $5. Hey, man. Pro-gun leftist meme. Seize the means of destruction. Have you seen J-Reg post-irony / meta-irony? Super important to understanding Nick IMO. I have seen it, yes. I did a video on it myself, seeing sweet E-drama metrics. Good, comrade. 100%. Yeah. Well, it's not the right kind of irony. See, there's a difference between irony as a disaffected, rhetorical tool to build people's sympathies towards a point, and then there's being dishonest with irony. There's using irony as a way to lead people to positions they wouldn't necessarily agree with, but to make them grow comforted by or acquainted with the language of that rhetoric. And that's the sort of stuff that Nick does, Does Vosh know Yang dropped out? God damn it, guys. Can't just rewind the VOD. But yeah, unquestionably counterpoints. Seas of Cheese, the $5. How do I talk to my Bill Maher worshipping boomer liberal dad about any of this politics shit? If somebody worships Bill Maher, there's really nothing to be done about them. You can just kill yourself. It's not political violence if you're doing it to yourself, comrade. Yang dropped out, Vosh. I'm gonna attempt ban Yang. Here, I'll edit the stream title. There. Jeff Jones with the $5. What is your opinion on Tanuki? I think they're cool. I'm pooping while watching this stream. Go Bernie. I agree with every sentiment you've shared with me, comrade. Tanuki, like the raccoons with the big balls? I think they're fine. They're featured in that Mario game. .1 percentage point difference. Dixville has 4 votes in. Total votes from 100% of precincts. And the top candidate is write-ins. With 1 for Buttigieg and 1 for Sanders. Cringe. Yeah, it's Bloomberg. Darth Vader with $1. A Republican I overheard having a conversation with someone else stated that a Trump win is guaranteed since many of Bernie's supporters are, as he mentioned, burned out. What the fuck does that mean? You think that after Bernie Sanders wins the fucking primary, that's when they're going to burn out? Dude, Bernie Sanders supporters would be as much as, if not more of a force than Trump supporters. Guys, you want to hear something amazing? Do you want to imagine something incredible? Remember how, get this, remember how back during the Republican primaries in 2015, 2016, Trump was largely hated at first, and it was just a aggressive band of populist malcontents that were propping him up, and then slowly, bit by bit, he ate everyone else, and now the entire Republican Party has fallen into line. Imagine if we could get something like that going for Bernie Sanders, where now there's all this contention and whatever, but when it actually comes time to put Bernie Sanders forward, you know, we have a fucking wave. Right now, the Bernie bros online are mostly leftists and very aggressive Dems, you know? But imagine if more of them bend the knee and the Bernie bro wave, overcomes all others. Oh, this is completely disconnected from what we're talking about right now. This is unrelated. I will say this, though. I do think it's cringe when people say the term Bernie bro is transphobic because sometimes there are trans girls there or whatever. I saw that on Twitter recently. I just think it's really dumb. Bernie bro, just Bernie bro. Fuck you guys. It's just Bernie bro. We'd say guys, you know. What do you think of Destiny saying Rowling's turfiness doesn't make her a bad person because it's a result of ignorance rather than hatred? I think it's a stupid and meaningless point. Nobody's arguing whether or not it's irrelevant whether or not J.K. Rowling's turfiness makes her a bad person. All that matters is the outcome of her behavior and what needs to be done about it. If being mean to her online is something that helps, then it doesn't matter whether or not she's a good or a bad person. It's another way of dishonestly reframing the conversation. You say, hey, these fucking racist-ass townfolk keep harassing black people. And you're like, well, they're racist out of ignorance. It doesn't matter. They're still being racist. You still got to do what you got to do to oppose that. Title Punk with the $5. Thank you. Bernie sweeping the New Hampshire primary entirely off the canvassing done by Loopy Jackal. So proud of my boy for clocking doubles at the campaigning factory. Yeah, seriously, thank you, Loopy Jackal. I don't know if Title Punk Roller Girl is joking or anything, but any work that you've done, I mean, that's fantastic, comrade. That's fantastic work. Nicely done. I haven't done any real campaigning, apart from, I guess, what I do for my stream, which I think does, you know, I think I put work out there. The Pie Man with the $5 stayer is trying to atone for his sins and avoid the guillotine, and he may yet. Being cool is for nerds with the $8.69. Thank you. Thanks for covering the primary, making it entertaining and relieving some much built-up stress since Iowa. I want to see that Bernie big dick energy. YOLO, what would Jesus do? Oh my god, lol, poo poo pee pee. Don't ever say Zomg, Z-O-M-G, in my fucking donos again. That is so hot topic energy. But thank you for the donation, comrade. I really appreciate it. Hey, Vosh, that's a fucking dumb take on the Bernie bro thing. Not everyone is cool with being called bro. It's clearly not gender non-specific. If you say, hey, these Bernie bros in my mentions are being annoying, and then one of them steps up and they're like, actually, I'm a trans girl. You've done a transphobia? That's really fucking stupid. That's on the same level as saying, hey, these guys are being assholes, and then a woman steps forward. Like, no. Now, if you're like, now, obviously, like, if there's a trans girl, and you're talking to a trans girl, and you're like, hey, you're a Bernie bro, huh? Hey, Bernie bro. Nice fucking opinions politically, Bernie bro. What's up, bro? I mean, Bernie bro. Then obviously, but that is not the context in which this discourse is taking place. I'm just saying, you know, if you don't want to be called bro, that's fine. But I don't think it's reasonable to, you know, get up in arms about very broad, you know, very disaffected. Shit. The gap is now at 4.7% between Buttigieg and Sanders, with Buttigieg apparently taking the lead with 16 votes in Pittsburgh, which is apparently also the name of a county and not just a, and also not just a city. Butt flaps raging. Is lifting praxis? Yes. I think a lot of the controversy has to do with Bernie Bro originally meant to coincide the media pushing that Bernie's support was mostly white males. Oh yeah, unquestionably. That is without a doubt. If you say like Bernie Sanders supporters are all Bernie Bros, I mean, then yeah, you can take contention with these issues. But just as a general pejorative, I don't think it's fair to say that it's like you're saying every one of them is a man. Nick with the $2. Please watch 30 seconds of this. It's fucking hilarious.
When it comes to discussing the 2020 election...
Whoa! No spoilers! No! No spoilers. I'll get to this video when I get to this video, you fucking hack. I watch some more news. You know, I keep up with it. I'm hipping and hopping it. But I gotta watch in my own time. I gotta watch that. I gotta watch the newest... I mean, I gotta listen to the newest Chapo. So much media I've got to catch up on while playing a hat in time. Darth Vader with the $1. If Buttigieg wins, will you shout Buddha, 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 rockin' everywhere? I mean, I'll probably say Buddha butt cheek like every other moment of my life. I'll just lose it, and that that syllogism. Buddha butt cheeks, big butt, big booty, Buddha gay, Buddha butt cheeks. I'll just talk like that for the rest of my life because it's the only thing that'll keep me going. Loopy Jackal with the $5 is a New Hampshire local. I could give you a quick rundown on the towns and why towns are going to who. No, that's okay. I like seeing the dice as they fall, frankly. I'm sure there's some good political analysis to be had here at other channels. Right now, we're just chilling. We're chilling like villains. That's what we're doing. But I appreciate it, comrade, and good job with all the work you've done. Yowitopia with the $5. Hey, Vosh, Yang dropped out. Nice! And Hammer Time with the $1. If Yang does endorse Bernie, I think it'll be more powerful than just his supporters getting in the tent. It will harm the no one likes Bernie narrative. Well, I mean, the people who say no one likes Bernie don't think that Yang or his fans are human beings, I don't think. But it does help to see other people. The same way Stayer's support for Bernie has probably helped his image a little bit. Chaos with the $3. He says whatever he wants and his chat is almost always filled with swastikas. Yeah, that's nice. Medicare is probably up there with it's Medicare, the Daily Showa boys, Mike Enoch and Stryker, and Fuentes are probably like the three big Nazis online right now. They're probably the three most effective, prominent neo-Nazis presently. I think that Richard Spencer is mostly a laughingstock these days. Medicare is going to be around for a while, mostly because his fans are all such dejected, fail-son like losers. I don't think there's anything Medicare could do to lose their support. Like, Medicare could post cringe for months. Medicare could like elope overseas to go marry a 14-year-old in fucking in Russia. I don't think it'll like affect his fan base in the slightest. Your I do work statement regarding your channel/stream helping Bernie / the left isn't enough, and it certainly isn't what Bernie has called for in his campaign. Dude, I mean, sure. I mean, my channel, I mean, I work like 50 or 60 hours a week, and most of it is like left-leaning advocacy, and I cover electoral stuff every stream. I don't know what the fuck you mean. I mean, I could also do phone banking with my remaining free time. No, I'm not going to ban them. I could also do phone banking with my remaining free time, but like realistically, I do way more good streaming because I can convince other people to phone bank than I could phone banking. Phone banking, I'm just another person. Here I have access to a platform unique to me. It doesn't mean that other people are like worse than me or anything. It's just like a power I have that not other people necessarily do. But tell you what, if you feel bad about my level of participation, go and phone bank right now in my name, okay? and you will compensate for my deficiencies. You know, there's no ego here. We're just trying to make it better for everyone. So you go ahead, compensate for my failure. I'll stay here and cover the New Hampshire primary. Somniostatic with the $5. Thank you. This is the left's Tea Party movement to rise with populism and overtake the party. Only we won't be lying, implementing racist and immoral policies, and gorging the rich on everyone's money. I can only hope our populism is capable of doing this, because Trump populism doesn't conflict with the profit motive, whereas ours necessarily does. Hopefully, you know. Lifehacks YouTube dude with the rock with the... I actually can't make out what donation that is. I cannot wait to see President Butt in the White House. Nice! Meme. Aurora with the $1. It's funny how every time people around the country are watching the voting live, it's to let you know that Yang dropped out. Yeah, you know, I'm glad so many people are here to keep me in the know. You know, keep me nice and updated. How's the Chowder with the $5? Of Mice and Men is a great fiction intro to class struggles, and you not reading it is shitty praxis. Reading is shitty praxis, okay? I hearken back to the time of the good old proletariat, back before we were all literate, okay? You disgusting, bougie, literary fucking nosebooks are revolting to me, touting your bourgeois sensibilities in the face of good, honest workers like myself. And Chaos with the $3. Do you believe Medicare or Nick Fuentes is worse, and which do you believe is more effective at getting audience? Oh, Mr. Medicare, 100%. Nick Fuentes is better at actually mobilizing people to do things, but Mr. Medicare is like a suicide and like school shooting breeding ground, where people who are like high black-pilled and just want to kill themselves go there to like jerk off to fucking to like interracial porn and tell themselves that trannies are like the downfall of Western civilization. Mr. Medicare is infinitely more effective at getting an audience because he's much better at pulling in like the disaffected like doomer 4chan fail son demographic, and he asks nothing of them. Nick Fuentes asks stuff of his audience. Medicare does not do this. Which means he's able to keep more people around. It also means, however, that he's not going to be as effective at actually mobilizing people. So that's an important distinction to keep in mind. Medicare is probably going to be around for a pretty long time because Medicare's like, you know, sensibilities are basically immune to, because like Nick Fuentes, you can get on Catboy stuff, but Mr. Medicare, like, again, I tell you, Mr. Medicare, like, videos could leak of him, like, raping kids. I don't think any of his fans would care. I don't think they care about anything. They just care about hating people they think are worse than them. That's it. That's the whole thing. You know? Lexify with the $1. For fuck's sake, count the votes faster. I want to go to bed. You might as well just go to bed now, comrade. And Dazel with the incredibly generous tier 2 sub. Did you hear Yang dropped out? No. You should donate again to explain the details to me. Folks, I did it. I caught up on donations. Now we can look at this gift together. Tastes like corn pop. Unfortunately, in terms of voter constituencies, it's actually the opposite, with Buttigieg eating up all of Biden's support. Omniostatic, the $5. You hear Yang dropped acid? It would not surprise me in the slightest. In the slightest. Oh, man. Total votes from 28.3% of the precincts. 28.9% of the precincts. Game stream win? I don't know. I'll get around to it. Man, we're at a 4.3% lead now. Red A with the $5. Did you just say you were caught up in donations? Also, did you hear Yang? Shut the fuck up. This is a joke, right? What is this a joke? A hate crime. This Bernie bro was attacked in Chicago by Warren supporters. I don't care about this. Is Yang going to endorse Bernie? I don't know. We'll see. Seas of cheese, the $5. You hear Yang drop the bass? He seems like he'd get into EDM. 28.3% of the precincts. I need a drink. You know, it was rude of me to say what I did like that. I guess I'm just a little upset about the lack of activation in leftists regarding DNC politics. I hear constant complaints about the DNC being garbage, doing bad things, which is true, but Bernie advocates we fix this by taking over the party infrastructure. That starts with going to local meetings and influencing it ourselves. Yeah, I don't disagree, but the issue, though, the big issue, though, and this is true, it's that no amount of grassroots organizing is going to get Bernie Sanders types into the upper echelons of the DNC. That is just not going to happen. It's just we're not capable of breaking through like that. And the reason for that is because eventually, no matter how much you participate at low level, ground level meetings, eventually you're going to hit that wall where you need to be rich or you need to be an insider. I don't know how much we're going to be able to take over the DNC from grassroots, efforts. However, I do agree fundamentally with what you're saying, that we should not be complacent, that as disgusting as the DNC is, you should make every conceivable effort to reform these systems while you're sharpening your axe, Do I know who this is? You guys are posting a lot of links in chat. Will Bernie Watch continue to exist if Bernie loses? Yeah, it'll be like failed Bernie Watch or like punished Bernie Watch or something. I'll put an eye patch over my little thumbnail, dude. Beverly with the $5. That feel and dream of being the director of the American League of Builders and Destroyers is dead. Sorry, comrade. Maybe one day. Yeah, Venom Bernie. Looking to a good one, folks. Chaos of the $2. AIU turned out to be such a disappointment since you basically dunked on him. AIU was never a contender for a good opponent. That was never going to happen. And Balthazar with the $2. Re-API. I'm getting all the fucking donos, comrade. Maybe just consecutively. Souvenir with the $5. Fuck landlords and keep the good work up. Thank you, comrade. I'll do my best. And my landlord is rather attractive, so maybe. And Red Eye Sam with the $5. Vosh is actually a closet druid priest who sticks to the oral tradition of passing on knowledge instead of reading. Exactly. See, listen, I don't have any of your highfalutin fucking post-industrial revolution literary sensibilities. When I, like a Chad, want to transfer information to my progeny, I do it by telling them stories around the campfire, as has been done for many centuries before. Yeah, reading is colonial. Do better, guys. I'm gonna ignore chat for a second. Yeah, we're up to a 4.3% lead. Votes are trickling in. Michael Bennett ended his campaign. Who? Hey, you know what would be fun? If you guys think you can keep it together. If you guys think you can keep it together. I would like to do another segment. We're gonna have to set this aside for a second. We're gonna have to not keep spamming in chat every time there's a 0.2% change. Okay, think we can do that? Okay. All right. This is something I wanted to talk about very, very much because I think it's really interesting. It's a segment on fake news. Take a look at this. Geoffrey Miller, or Primal Polly on Twitter. Yale eliminates a major introductory class on Western art from the Renaissance to the present, on the ground that most famous European artists until recently were white and or male. The woke are rewriting history with extreme prejudice. We're hearing a lot about the woke today, aren't we? We are hearing a lot about the woke today. And the comments are The comments are basically what you'd expect. Isn't it looking increasingly like the Soviet Union, but instead of bourgeois, it's whiteness and the patriarchy, you know. All that sort of stuff. What's worse, being white or male? Is this you know, you get about the responses that you would expect to see. It shows the destructive nature of this slow-burning revolution, unconcerned about building something better. It just tears down what came before. The Ministry of Truth. They are trying to eliminate the proud history of the European. The pattern is always anti-white. So, you know, we kind of know what we're getting from here. And what this links to is a Reason article, which is right here. Yale will eliminate a beloved introductory art class for being too white, male, and Western. I want to show you guys how fake news is made, because here's the article right here. Now, here's Reason. You can publish whatever the fuck you want at Reason, okay? Free minds and free markets, all right? So this is not exactly, you know, a highly intellectual consort, you know, this bazaar of concepts that we're at right now. But enrollment has swelled for Yale University's Introductory Art History course, which covers the Renaissance to the present. That's because the school plans to eliminate the popular class after the spring. According to the Yale Daily News, the art department has decided the class might make some students uncomfortable due to the overwhelming whiteness, maleness, and straightness of the artists who comprise the Western canon. The last label may be dubious. Yes, of course, because they were all gay, obviously. Indeed, the focus on Western art is problematic, course instructor Tim Barrington told the school newspaper. In its final iteration, the course will consider art in relation to questions of gender, class, race, and discuss its involvement with Western capitalism. According to the latest syllabus, art's relationship to climate change will also be a key theme. And then it goes on to criticize this, you know, so on and so forth. It has become more common in recent years for small cabals of students to rebel against liberal arts curricula that they feel are too focused on Western artists, authors, and thinkers. Students at Reed College, for instance, successfully pressured educators to disband an introductory humanities course. In that case, the activists demanded that all European texts be removed and replaced by non-European books as a form of reparation for Humanity 110's history of erasing the histories of people of color, especially black people. So I don't know anything about that particular story. But what is the narrative that is being painted here? Well, we have a tweet which talks about how the SJW woke are rewriting history to destroy the white man. And this is linking to a Reason article written by someone else talking about how some students were made uncomfortable by the overwhelming whiteness, maleness, and straightness of the artists of this class, which means it's being canceled. So this article, while not anywhere near as extreme in its rhetoric as this one, still editorializes. Yale will eliminate a beloved introductory art class for being too white, male, and Western. It's a disservice to undergrads, said one student. It still feels like there's a bit of a narrative going on here. But if we take a look at the Yale Daily News article that this Reason article was written off of, this is the original one right here. This is from Yale. This is Yale commenting on this class. Now we see more neutral language. Art History Department to scrap survey course. Here, listen to this and pay attention. Yale will stop teaching a storied introductory survey course in art history, citing the impossibility of adequately covering the entire field and its varied cultural backgrounds in one course. Decades old and once taught by famous Yale professors like Vincent Scully, Introduction to Art History, Renaissance to the Present, was once touted to be one of Yale College's quintessential classes. But this change is the latest response to students' uneasiness over an idealized Western canon, a product of overwhelmingly white, straight European and male cadre of artists. This spring, the final rendition of the course will seek to question the idea of Western art itself, a marked difference from the course's focus at its inception. Art History Department Chair and the course's instructor, Tim Barrington, told the News he plans to demonstrate that a class about the history of art does not just mean Western art. Rather, when there are so many other regions, genres, and traditions, all equally deserving of study, putting European art on a pedestal is problematic. Now, whoops! Hold on there. it seems like the only thing they're doing is shelving one course because it was meant to be an introduction to post-Renaissance art, and it couldn't possibly cover all histories and Beringer, not Barrington. And it seems like it couldn't cover all of the subject material that it was supposed to be covering. Instead of this singular survey class, the art history department will soon offer a range of others, such as art and politics, global craft, the Silk Road, and sacred places. Beringer added that in 2 or 3 years, his department will offer a substitute class to Introduction to Art History, but the new course will be a course equal in status to the other 100-level courses, not the Introduction to Art Discipline, claiming to be the mainstream while everything else pushed to the margins. So that was it. They had a famous class, and it was probably a great class, but the class was supposed to be teaching all post-Renaissance art in the world. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way one class can possibly cover that, whether or not it's an intro class. It seemed really Eurocentric. And Eurocentric doesn't mean, oh, there are too many white people, we're triggered by the white people. It means that it'd be like, we'll art this, okay? It is not anti-white for you to have, you know, a pizza that you're decorating. You got the pizza, you know, and then you're trying to add the fucking pepperoni, you know, and you're adding the pepperoni over here. And you're like, there, I've done it. I have added, I have thoroughly seasoned and toppinged. Wait, did I say Japan? Did I say pizza? What did I even say? I don't know what I'm saying half the time, okay? But and if you hand this over to someone, oh, the Japanese flag. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, I just see pizza. Okay. Anyway, and then for you to hand this off to someone, and they're like, well, wait, hold on, you didn't cover shit. Like you covered like a quarter, not even a quarter, of the pizza. This is super northern slice centric. That doesn't mean you hate the northern slice. That doesn't mean you hate this particular chunk of the pizza. It just means that you didn't cover the fucking pizza properly. You need more fucking you need more pizza. And that's what this course was. It was Eurocentric. It doesn't mean white people bad. It means that it was supposed to be an intro course on all post-Enlightenment art. And it wasn't doing that. So they shelf it, and they have a bunch of different smaller courses that cover it in more detail. That's it. Simplest thing in the world. But notice the editorializing. In the original article, the one written by Yale, this change is the latest response to student uneasiness over an idealized Western canon, a product of overwhelmingly white, straight European male cadre of artists. So this is saying students are uncomfortable about the broader narrative of art history only showcasing these specific segments of people. But then this Reason.com article simplified, or one might even say modified that into some students were made uncomfortable due to the overwhelming whiteness, maleness, and straightness of the artists. Which makes it seem more like it's a bunch of, foofy, pussy hat wearing college students who are triggered when they see a white family with a white picket fence and a dog, Which is not the case at all. The Yale said it themselves. It was just not holding up the necessary prerequisites of the course. But then we get that changed over here. And then we have over here, one more layer removed. Now white people are being destroyed. The woke are rewriting history with extreme prejudice. Nothing about the original article said anything about rewriting history. It said they weren't doing enough to cover history. And they wanted to pull back and focus on that more. It's a beautiful showcase of, for A, how fucking stupid people who use woke as a pejorative are. And B, big brain. B, how essential it is to actually run back to the primary source if you're going to combat fake news. Because this is fake news. This is fake news right here. This is a fucking pearl-clutching bitch baby crying because they read an article that misinterpreted and highly editorialized an article that the point of which was not at all what was described in any of the 2 higher levels. This is how fake news is made. And all the little fucking brainlet simps, little simpletons who like this, who follow this person, psychology professor, wrote The Mating Mind, spent mate and virtue signaling, evolution, sex, sentience, freedom. I don't know who the fuck this person is, but I can tell you this pretty simply. Anybody who is capable of so thoroughly misrepresenting this original Yale article, anyone who is complicit in the cycle of disinformation should not be taken seriously in anything that they do. This person should be laughed at as they walk across the street. Their a significant other should make farting noises at them every time they sit down in a chair. Their life should be made miserable. Because it is disgusting to me that somebody who calls themselves a professor, and I don't know any of this guy's credentials, could participate in circling through disinformation like this. So anyway, yeah, just keep your mind sharp, folks. And hey, don't just be skeptical of conservatives with this process. Do this to left-leaning people as well. I can tell you, I have caught left-leaning people doing this shit before. I have caught left-leaning people doing this shit, where you editorialize a tweet, that editorializes a video, that editorializes an article, and you go back all the way to the original, and everyone's just fucking mad over nothing. Over nothing. You know? Just be careful. Be careful. Be skeptical. Always be skeptical. But make sure your skepticism is fairly distributed. Okay, I was doing a bit. Sorry. Get it? Because the joke is that when I finish the YouTube segment, I stop moving and stop talking for a second so I can see the sound bar drop. This is the same psychology professor? Oh, no, no, no. How Twitter schooled an NYU professor about fat shaming. Oh, no, no, no. The deleted tweet that sent Geoffrey Miller into virtual hiding on Sunday and through Monday. That's this guy, Geoffrey Miller. Read, Dear obese PhD applicants, if you didn't have the willpower to stop eating carbs, you won't have the willpower to do a dissertation. #truth. What a miserable human being. How many politicians and philosophers and inventors have been fat throughout history? I really don't think there's a relationship between you being fat and your like individual level of like personal achievement. Yeah, this is a psychology professor? What an embarrassing person. Yeah, he could have said dear smokers. That's true. What the fuck? The anti-centrist unity, apparently. Oh, what is this now? A 3.8 lead? 3.8 percentage point lead for Bernie Sanders. Oh, I'm really hoping that we could get a 6% lead. We'll see. We'll see. Sean won with the $3. How would you suggest I try to get a Pete supporter over to Bernie? He's a lib and thinks the popular vote mattered in 16 with Hill, but nothing matters with Iowa and thinks Pete is pragmatic. That sounds like establishment brainworms, my friend. I don't know if you're going to be able to get through to that person. Also, did you hear that Pete never completed basic training? I did hear that. It was very funny to me, yeah. I'm sorry, I can't help you with that person, comrade. Iron with the tier 1 sub. Love the stream and the activism you do for Bernie. That being said, if we really want to make leftist changes to government, we need to be mobilizing people to campaign and run for local offices. You should try pushing people to get involved in locally. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no. We need people getting involved in local offices if we want to win in the long term. Absolutely. Local offices are very important for getting those ground level political figures who then become like increasingly like they stay in the system, you know? Yellow Slim's return with the $2. Yo, Vosh, did you hear that Yang's balls dropped? I'm sure he's dropped nuts before. And Chaos, the $2. Isn't Crowder considered neo-Nazi? He's just really good at dog whistling. No. Crowder's a fascist, or at least he's paid to be a fascist. It's leaked that he like doesn't even have a problem with trans people. He's just paid money. He's just given money to say horrible things about other groups. But he would never, he's part of like, you know, Big Conservative Inc. He would never turn tail against Israel. He's paid by them. He's not against them. He's not a Nazi, but he's definitely a fascist. The Left Tech Cat with the £5. Thank you. If Bernie loses, do you agree the Democrat Party isn't a viable vehicle for the left and it's time to build a separate Labor Party with trade union backing? No. As long as we have a first past the post voting system, it is literally impossible for a third party to succeed. We work through the Democratic Party or we do not work. I'm afraid it's as simple as that. Stay or dropped out? Wait, where's the... Jesus Christ, people are dropping like flies over here. Whoa. Where's the link? Where's the link? A bunch of you guys said it. Where's the link? Balthazar with the $5. Thank God Michael Bennett is the shit-stained neoliberal senator from Colorado who didn't support the fracking ban and wants to fraccio until it's Oklahoma. Ah, gotcha. Fuck Mike Bennett. I got baited? Okay, so it was a joke. Or was it? Is it true or not? Tom Steyer sells his supporters in Manchester, New Hampshire that he's ending his presidential bid. Abby Friedman is a legitimate source, I think. Morning news anchor. Huh. Oh, we got a lot more votes in. 41.3% of precincts. Bernie dropped down. Mr. American Taco with the $5. Vosh, if you watched Mobile Suit Gundam, it's a great war drama in mecha and probably the most important anime ever. Has a lot of meme potential. I don't think it's the most important anime ever, but I have not seen it. I do plan on seeing it someday. You know, I promise. Okay, I promise. Nglod33 with the tier 2 sub. Thank you. Canvassed on Sunday in Nashua, New Hampshire. Met a cute girl, made some friends. Canvassing next Sunday in Lowell, Massachusetts. I can guarantee if you organize, you will get a girlfriend, no exceptions. Yeah, I'm not here offering dating advice or nothing, but I will say this confidently. That canvassing is a great way to get the fuck outside, and getting the fuck outside is a great way of getting a girlfriend. Just a suggestion, guys. Cute GF. Sleater K with the $5. Thank you, comrade. That is incredibly kind of you. Imperial Squid with the $5. Hey, Vosh, did you hear Yang dropped his art history course? No! Art history is a great course to take. I didn't take it as a major, but it is a great course to take. Man, am I really gonna... I thought the votes would be more counted by now. All right, hold on, folks. I'm gonna get a snack. Just... Art history is a great course. Really good stuff. Bazinga. All right, here we go. This will keep me going. I feel when it's 6 p.m. and all you've had today is a protein bar. You can get some mukbang, disgusting, generic brand party mix. All right, what did I miss? Stayer is not dropping out. Okay, Stayer is not dropping out. Cool. Stayer's in. Stayer's in, boys! Stayer's still in. Stayer's still in. All right, it's 6 p.m. This is when I normally end streams. We're now entering the Vosh zone, where I don't care about mukbanging. Mm. Yeah, now I'm dropping out. Apparently the mukbang community is full of drama. What kind of drama? Economically, I'm a communist. Socially, I'm a fascist. Overall, I'd say I'm a centrist because I like the free marketplace of ideas and I love to hear both sides out. Thoughts? I hope you can keep an open mind, respect my opinion even if you disagree. You're doing good, Hubeldorf. You're on your way. How loud is this anyway? All right, moving the mic away. There we go. There you go. There we go. The gap widened. Buttigieg is now 4.4 percentage points behind Bernie Sanders. That's good news. Hey, that's nice. Look at that. Ethan Klein coming out. I thought he would do it, but it's still nice to see him commit. Where's this article people are talking about? Joe Biden now addressing his New Hampshire primary party night via live stream. Warren and rivals negative out the behavior of some of their supporters. Harsh tactics might work if you're willing to burn down the party. Ah, pussy out. Fucking bitch babies, dude. Sorry, Warren. Oh, yeah, Warren. Harsh tactics might work if you're trying to burn down the party. Said Mrs. fucking work together with CNN to perpetuate Bernie is sexist and doesn't believe a woman can be president myth. Oh, yeah. I'm a fucking snake, dude. Am I eating Doritos? I'm eating Dorito-like things. "21st Century Socialist" with the $5. This topic reminds me, what's your opinion on the gay wedding cake news story that came out a few years back? Employers should not have the right to discriminate against people based on their sexuality, whether or not that belief stems from their religious upbringing. That's my opinion. That said, if I was gay, I wouldn't want a wedding cake from homophobic bakers anyway. There's Tree with the $5. Did you do a segment on Glinner's embarrassing interview last night? Was Glinner the person who lost their shit about how Bernie is going to have him like dragged out into the park and executed or something? Who was that person? Oh, Chris Matthews? Who's Glinner? Wait. Oh. Graham Linhan? Oh, I know. Okay. I know Graham. I don't know why they're called Glinner now. Glinner is his Twitter handle? Oh, okay. No, I didn't see the interview. That man gets owned online like daily, dude. I wonder why... Somebody linked me an article about this that I want to take a look at sometime. But I really am curious as to why the UK exports so much transphobia. He's just a deeply embarrassing person. Every time I see a screen cap of him on Twitter, it's him getting fucking owned. Seas of Cheese, the $5. I wanted to make some kind of Grease reference with Yang dropping out of beauty school, but couldn't flesh it out. Whatever, here's $5. That's okay. I haven't seen Grease in like 20 years anyway, so I probably wouldn't get the reference, but I'm sure my chat would get a kick out of it. And Balthazar at the $5. So many missed donos of mine. Really? Yeah, I'll go over and look. Balthazar 228 with $2. Nashua, New Hampshire is indoor skydiving and indoor surfing. I don't get it. Is that a you mean they just have like those available at those places? Wow, a lot of donos from you really did get missed. Balthazar, there is something about your bank specifically that really fucking hates you because they keep so many of your donos out of my API. I have no idea why. Balthazar with the $2. That's not pizza. Where's the pineapple? Fuck you. Disgusting. Pineapple. Well, I don't like pineapple on or off pizza. I don't like pineapple in the best of times, you know. So on pizza, it's going to be infinitely worse. Thought Destroyer with the $5. Charlie Kirk may be coming to my campus in several months. Any advice in debate/rhetorical strategy should I encounter him? Would like to try and make sure he doesn't have control of the mic. Love you, Bosch. You just need to familiarize yourself with his talking points. You also need to ask strong questions that he does not have an answer to, you know? You need to ask strong questions, like, hey, you claim to care about Americans, but all of the policies coming out your side of the party have made it harder for working Americans to, like that kind of stuff, you know? Like leaning on hard questions, but have responses to their responses. You don't need to beat all of their arguments. You just have to make sure the argument you're having is one that you're going to win. Tell me, got a little face. %47% of precincts reported. Berlin still doesn't have any precincts reporting in. Interesting. Women are actually supporting Buttigieg and Klobuchar over Sanders. Young people are obviously coming out hard for Sanders. Old people mostly for Klobuchar, it seems. Old people aren't even going for Biden. New women were trash. That's the one I want to look at, Ilya. I have that saved somewhere. People with a college degree are overwhelmingly coming out in favor of Klobuchar. What justification is there for gender being an identity? I hear that's the best explanation, but why? I feel like I run through this a lot, but... You still think Pete isn't a threat? I've never said Pete isn't a threat. Gender is a thing that exists. It describes the social roles that we have. However, gender is not in and of itself one thing. There are different segments to it. There are gender expectations, there's gender presentation, and there's gender identity. Nobody who believes, for example, that a woman who dresses up as a man for like a play at high school or whatever, nobody believes that woman becomes a man as they dress up as a man, you know. They're just a woman dressed as a man. So presentation isn't the sole component to one's gender identity, you know. And we know that biology isn't it. While biology does inform one's gender identity in many cases, we know that biology isn't the sole determining factor, largely because we don't look at biology when we determine how we assess people's gender. When I'm walking around town and I see a person, you know, he, she, for the most part, we're correct. Do we know what their genitals are like? We have no fucking idea. We don't know what their chromosomes are. We know what they look like. But as we just established, what they look like doesn't determine gender. I mean, again, if it did, then if you dress up like as a woman or a man for a play or whatever, then you become that gender, but that's ridiculous. Nobody believes that. So if it's not biology that informs our gender understanding, and if it's not presentation, then it must be identity. It's the only consistent answer. There are inconsistencies in all other respects. If it's biology, then why do we make gendered assumptions without knowing anything about the biology of the people we're speaking to? When a person picks up over the phone, if a person's trained their voice, honey, they can sound like anything, you know. But we make assumptions about their gender based on what their voice sounds like. Even though a lot of what a voice sounds like comes down to how you train your voice, rather than what your voice actually sounds like in a fundamental genetic sense. So it's not that. It can't be that. It just doesn't make sense. There are too many faults across the board. At the end of the day, gender is an identity because the only consistent metric for gender is what we call ourselves. Gender expectations are set by a broader society and by other people. Excuse me. And they are set based on other people's understanding of your gender, what they perceive, or of your sex, you know, because many people assign expectations based on sex rather than gender. And gender presentation is how you choose to express yourself, but it's not, you know, inimicably attached to what you actually are. It's just how you present yourself. Balthazar with the $2. Nashua, New Hampshire is in... Oh, wait, I already did that one. Oops. Oreo sandwich with the $2. Thank you, comrade. I love Oreo sandwiches. And Soak Dem Wallace with the $5. Vosh, speaking as a fellow Celt, since he wore a clan tartan, especially one as prestigious as he wore at the last debate, does he not have to suffer through the entirety of the Democratic primary? I don't know who we're referring to here. As a fellow Celt wore a clan tartan. Ah, you mean Stayer? I didn't know that Stayer was a Celt. I think that Stayer should be... I think Stayer can have a little bit of a Democratic primary as a treat. I imagine he's having a lot of fun. It seems like he's having a lot of fun seeing the sights, you know. I can only hope. But I would respect him if at any point he dropped out. Man, we're 50% of the precincts counted. Credit Vixen with the $5. Hey Vosh, favorite lesser known gamer anime OST. Also, let me get a pretzel. Lesser known? Fury isn't really lesser known. Fury's still pretty big. Dead Cells is pretty great, but that's not lesser known. Ooh, One Shot's pretty good. How about this? Little known gem. No one's ever even heard of it. Undertale. Avon Tom with the $2. Pineapple makes your semen taste good. Yeah, I've never taken it, and people still compliment me. Okay, they still say I drink cum buckets of yours till the day I die. They say that. They love saying that. Okay, I don't need any fruit. Literal Orange, the $5. Grats and the 55.5k subs. Thank you. Also, might I just say, I am pleased Biden is getting smashed in Iowa and New Hampshire. Also, would you pay for a billionaire fight between Steyer and Bloomberg? I would, actually. I would very, 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 very much. Especially since I know Steyer is going to win and put an end to the Bloomberg threat. Because Bloomberg is very small and very, very, very old. And very fragile looking. Have you seen him? Steyer would fucking clobber Bloomberg. Holy shit. Vaughn texts the $1 pineapple, jalapeno, and chorizo pizza as praxis. Yeah, whatever fucking gets your rocks off, comrade. Jesus Christ, you fucking degenerates over here. What the? This dude owed me $1,000. Yang gang. Silly man. Which billionaire would I rather have as president? Oh, Steyer. Steyer's way better than Bloomberg. Are you kidding me? Bloomberg's a fucking ghoul. Would you accept Nick Fuentes into the left if he genuinely stopped being a Nazi and became like a Sokdem? I don't know if Sokdem is left, but if Nick Fuentes showed signs of wanting to rehabilitate into the left, then yeah, of course. Never turn anyone away. As long as, you know, the outcomes are better. What the fuck am I looking at right now? Looks like almost in 75% of the New Hampshire primary said a loud no to Bernie Sanders. In 2016, Bernie Sanders got more than 60% of the vote. In 2016, there were 2 candidates. There are 5 frontrunners right now. With now 2, because Yang dropped out, trailing candidates. How hard do you have to fucking push, dude? Jesus Christ. Said no to Bernie Sanders. Fucking 80% of people said no to Buttigieg. 91.4% said no to Biden. Nice spoilers, Ilya. I get it, though. Do you think the DNC is going to pull some fuckery? Oh, probably. Heh. I may have to go all out, Master. Just this once. Brit Mouse with the $5. Yo, what's up, nerds? I don't know. I'm doing good. I'm just having chips, dude. I needed food. Is this really food? I don't know. We watch a video? Nah, dude, I'm chilling with chat. I'm chilling with chat. I'm eating chips. Colossal TM. The victory of New Hampshire will be decided by the popular vote, not by the number of delegates assigned. Can you define population and sample in a statistics framework? Yeah, a sample is the group of people that you have polled or decided to subject in some way to experimentation, and the population is the group that you are meant to extrapolate those results to. Can I talk about the potential breakdown of how delegates get assigned based on the popular vote in New Hampshire? Nope, that sounds fucking boring. Ha ha. Ha ha. I'm just chilling. How do I get over my depression addiction, as I call it? I am constantly depressed, but do nothing to get over it because I enjoy the feeling of worthlessness that it brings me, but I don't understand why. What do? Yeah, there is a certain comfort in feeling as though there is no worth whatsoever to your existence, because then you feel like there's not much that you have to worry about with regards to your own failure, you know? Like, if you care about yourself, then you care invariably about improvement, but also about failure. Caring about failure hurts, so to not care insulates you from that. Mostly just stop being a loser. That's the big one. Really, though. You need to create a positive feedback loop of accomplishment that can get you out of that space. Find things that you want done. Maybe not necessarily that you want to do, but you want done. And do those things. Find it. Clean your room. I don't know. Wash dishes. And there is a sense of accomplishment, fundamentally, that you can derive from that. And that sense of accomplishment, hopefully in the long run, should at least be something that you can use to... It's the carrot. You can look forward to it. It's something that you can use as a motivating factor to move forward. How do all these donations come in? God... How do you feel about the Clobberer being the last meme candidate? Yeah, apparently Klobuchar ended up not being a fucking meme candidate at all. Holy shit. Oh, wow. Look at this. Tweet's not even 10 minutes old and it's already at 21.6 thousand likes. Jesus Christ. Steaks with the $5. Crunch. Here's some monies I made from drawing porn. Nice. I love porn money. I love cum money. Thank you. I wish I made money from drawing porn. I'd make a hell of a lot less than I'm making right now, but it'd be fun, you know. Balthazar with the $5. Balthazar, you're too late. We saw the fucking image earlier, the one that you linked. The 1+1 one? One? A little late to the punch. Zachary Poe with the $2. Thank you, comrade. An Imperial Squid with the incredibly generous $15. Thank you. Final donation from me, since I'm a Britbonger in need of sleep. See you around, Vosh and chat, comrades. Much love. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. I don't know why all the question marks. We love you too. There's no denying this, you know. There's no impugning this undeniable fact. But I sincerely appreciate the donation, comrade. Thank you very much. Somniostatic with the $5. I have nearly 2 terabytes of anime I would send to your P.O. box if you had one. That's all right, comrade. Thanks to your incredibly generous donations, I can buy the Blu-ray of every anime ever made. I no longer need to rely on the charity of others. And Balthazar with the $2. Seattle also has an indoor skydiving center. I fly. That shit sounds scary. I don't want to do that. That give me the spooks. You know. Balthazar with the $2. Rip Imager Dono link. No, I got it. Fuck you. And with the $5, thank you. You got to clean up your meth lab before they send you to rehab. Jordan B. Peter memes. I am really looking forward to talking about the Jordan Peterson stuff. You're afraid of heights to do? I am terrified of heights. I am looking forward to talking about the Jordan Peterson stuff. That I think will be enormously entertaining. I look forward to being canceled too. Prandium with $3. Watching your stream instead of doing research for my college debate class. Hypers for bad grades. With how chill the stream is right now, I feel like you should be able to study while I sit here and eat chips. But good luck, comrade. And Skylar Lucas with the $10. Thank you, man. I've been sober for about 5 months. Alcoholism is a bitch. So if Bernie does win the nomination, I'm popping big bottles of root beer instead of vodka. Here's hoping he pulls through to victory. Oh, shit. Are you going to start drinking again if he loses? I'm sorry. Congratulations on your 5 months of sobriety, comrade. I know how hard that is. Not personally, because I'm flawless and would never succumb to any unwellness. But I do know. Thank you very much. And yeah, good luck to all of us, right? I don't know, Paul Resendez. I don't drink any alcohol either. Shostako Lich. Shostako Lich with the $1. I will donate $1 for every burn in the largest combo chat can manage, up to $100. Okay, folks, load. Everyone load burn. We're going to hold them to it. Okay. That's going to be 3, 2, 1, duh, okay? 3, 2, 1, burn. Despite the best attempts by the sad combo breakers, we have a 41 combo. That could have easily hit 100 if you guys hadn't if you guys hadn't tried to ruin the fun for everyone else. 41. That's it. It's 41, Lich. 64 is still a record from the Blair White stream. Yeah, we hit a really high combo that one. I forget what it was, though. Matthew Banks with the $5. Help Vosh. My black mom thinks Biden was a civil rights activist. Tell her she's an Uncle Tom. And brace for impact. Brit Mouse, the $5. Yo, wait, I did that one. Need Burritos, the $5. Yo, what's up, Vosh? New viewer here, and I can't wait to vote for Bernie here in Texas come March 3rd. Yeah, I forget when Washington is. Is Washington during Super Tuesday? I'll get out there. I'll do my work, you know. Heartbroken Lamb with the $2. I found actual Jake before I found you, and while y'all's content is similar, your brain is bigger. I still like Jake's content. You got the big brain takes. I'm hooked. Well, with greatest solidarity to actual Jake, I nonetheless humbly accept your $2. Thank you very much, comrade. Very much appreciated. I like comment, Jake. And wonderful, the $2. Can you do a video on Aiden Paladin's video on gender? But it's so long and boring. Aiden Paladin is not charismatic. Yeah, I can give it a look. My results are way behind. Now I'm at 53% of the districts reporting. %53%. The club momentum is insane, dude. What power. What will be the most popular porn category in the 2020s? As long as we have an incel problem in this country, incest is going to be the most popular porn category. Why is incest porn so fucking popular? I've given this take before. The incest thing. I feel like I've given this take before. Oh, Zachary Poe with the $10. Do you have any thoughts on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? In Season 2, JoJo teams up with Nazis to save the world. Should there be any depictions of Nazis which are positive? I'm going to be perfectly honest, no. I think that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 2 was irresponsible in its handling of Nazism. It was undeniably bizarre. It was wacky. But I think it was irresponsible, without question, yeah. Depicting the Nazis as just like cool military dudes with wacky technology is irresponsible. Now, I don't think that's because fucking the mangaka is I don't think it's because Araki is a secret Nazi or anything. I just think it's, you know, something to keep into consideration. I like JoJo. I'm a huge JoJo fan. Part 2 was pre-World War II. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Toss a coin to your streamer.
You know, it's when you count down. What a bop. You start at 2, 3, 4, and 5. There we go. Is it real? Do you have any idea how hard it is to fake screenshots of CRTVs? It's very possible this was taken in the middle of scrolling through. Maybe. I would like to see the video, but it wouldn't be the first time this has happened. Destiny argues stuff like this is just a glitch. You know, glitches happen. Why do glitches never benefit Bernie? Why is it that every single fucking time a glitch happens, it obscures Bernie, or it isolates Bernie, it makes Bernie less visible? Do we have more recent results? New York Times certainly isn't on top. Seas of Cheese, the $5. Literally no one. True. Nice meme, Pizzazz John. Oh, is this even more? Create my account. Oh, here we go. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. I'm chilling. Are you going to the movies on Valentine's Day? Yeah, totally. It's my birthday. Are we low energy mode? Yeah, we're chilling. Can I get a wave of Peepo comfies? Aren't we all just supposed to be here weathering the apocalypse together? Is that party mix even spicy? No, it's zesty, though. Yeah, so it looks like we're getting pretty heavily split delegates here. I don't think the actual delegate allocation in New Hampshire is as important as the momentum you get from a high popular vote count, but... I'm going through these pretty quick. Did I see the Larry David skit that Trump shared? Yeah. Guys, if you ever want a spectacular afternoon, dive into MAGA Twitter. I swear to God, these people are robots. Like, they're actually insane. Every MAGA Twitter account is exactly the same. Every single one. They all have like the American flag with an eagle flying across it as their Twitter banner, a picture of Trump's face, or something similar to it, as their avatar. Their bio is in all caps, proud mom, 46, 3 kids, love my country, love my God, love my president, libtards out, Trump 2020. And they all have like 8,000 people they're following, and they're followed by the same number of people they're following. It's like a human centipede of them all the same tweets. They just run it around. It's just nobody's. Like, you'll find accounts that have tens, hundreds of thousands of followers who just do nothing but retweet the same Trump shit as everyone else. And they're machines. They're like insects. They are crazy. All of their stuff, it's all caps. They can never take off the caps key. Oh.
Toss a coin to your streamer, oh viewers aplenty.
Holy shit. I should probably be paying attention. Give me a second. And then I'll finish responding to donos. Then should I just log off? This is taking forever. I get so bored. Wax Newman, we did that video. Why not do the Jordan Peterson thing now? Because I am tired. Because I had to drive Kanye back to the airport at like 3 or 4 a.m. this morning. So last night I napped from like 1 a.m. I guess this morning I napped from like 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. And then I eventually managed to fall asleep after getting back from the airport and dropping Kanye off at like 6 a.m. And then I woke up at 9 a.m. because of my cat. And then I fell asleep again and just like da-da-da-da-da. So I'm pretty tired. But you gotta come back with strong streams. Let me go over donuts. Quantum with $5. I'm worried about Club Warren or Biden dropping out and sending all their supporters behind Pete. That's the worst case scenario in my opinion. Biden and Bernie actually do have a fairly amicable mutual relationship. It's possible that Biden might actually endorse Bernie as the electable candidate if Biden drops out, which would be a pretty huge jump, I think, or at least it'd be, it'd be nice. Need Burritos, the tier 1 sub, decided to jump in at sub. Awesome to be here. Hey, I love you too, comrade. Happy to have you here. Actually, what is the JBP thing even about? JBP got hopped up on goof pills and his fucking daughter yoinked him over to Russia so they can knock him over the head to help him use a medically induced coma to get out of his benzo addiction. It's a wild one, okay? We're gonna have to go over it. Need Burritos, we love you, and we're happy to have you here. Sean won with the $1. Why won't Bernie drop out? If you combine the votes of Pete, the Club, Liz, and Joe, Bernie is clearly losing. Yeah, why even stop at the Democratic primaries? If you combine him and all the votes Trump is getting in the Republican primaries, then you'll find that Bernie is just completely unelectable. Completely unelectable. Shostako Lich with the unbelievably generous $41. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. I really appreciate that. I was trying to tell you in chat that I meant to Bernie's campaign, but I won't be called a damn liar. And you chuckle fucks couldn't even break 50, so here, Peppo hug. 41 to Bernie later, Pepe. Aw, guys, we did that. You guys did the 41. You could have gotten me 100 if you hadn't fucked around with the combo breaking. But that's okay. Shostako Lich deserves money too. Shostako Lich, thank you so much for your generosity. I am delighted to be the recipient of your kindness, and I hope you have a phenomenal day. Bernie is going to love that 41, comrade, okay? Yeah, I figure, Shostako Lich, yeah. If you just get 100, maybe just throw it over to... Maybe just toss it over to Bernie. Captain Love Muffin, can I have a kiss? There you go, comrade. Seas of Cheese, the $5. Literally no one. That's true. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. And Balthazar with the $5. Indoor skydiving doesn't cause you to feel like you're falling. My mom can't do 5-foot drops and roller coasters and didn't feel like she was falling. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I can see how there'd be a pretty big difference between being like on a cushion of air and just straight fucking falling, you know? Probably a pretty big experiential difference. James Kresnick with the $2. Thank you, comrade. And Balthazar with the $5. The Chuck E. Cheeses are the #1 location for parents-on-parent fights in the U.S. It explains a lot about Bush's rallies. Oh man, can you? That's a good aesthetic right there. We could get like a game or a painting to really capture that one, you know? Where you're at Chuck E. Cheese and you're like eating the cold cardboard pizza, and you're about to, like you want to ask your mom if you can go in the ball pit, but your mom and dad are both in the hallway adjacent to the restroom arguing with each other, you know? That's an aesthetic right there. And Dajaro, or DiGiorno's, possibly, with the incredibly generous $50. Thank you so fucking much, comrade. Gotta say, your stream single-handedly got me through my history of capitalism course last year. And also, have you seen this yet? Sorry to complicate things unless these results change significantly. Highly plausible, if not likely, there will be a tie between top two amongst the delegates due to tiered roles. It's already near certain the top two will split to the 8 statewide delegates. By split in the second paradigm, I mean tie along. Yeah, so the way this works is that, yeah, we're going to see a split. We're seeing it even now with the projections. See, over here, even though Bernie is up 7.3 percentage points over Klobuchar, all 3 of them are getting 6 delegates. It's an incredibly strange, finagly math system that I just don't understand. But again, and please keep this in mind. Please keep this in mind. The delegates here are not what matter. The delegates are less important than the momentum. Iowa, New Hampshire, all the states before Super Tuesday, all of them are about building a narrative. If Bernie wins here, then Bernie wins here. Even if all of the delegates get distributed evenly. So we'll see. Thank you very much, Dejaro. I really appreciate it. And I am delighted to hear that my streams got you through history of capitalism. You probably know stuff that I don't know now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Ian McDonald with the $2. They are the true NPCs. MAGA Twitter? Oh, unquestionably. Unquestionably. Balthazar with the $2. Are you ready for the surprise Delaniac victory? I've been hoping and praying for it every moment I've been awake for a long time now, comrade. I really have been. Miles Hill with the $2. Why do so many outlets have different results? I imagine there's an incredibly complicated tiering system where after a precinct posts results, the state sends it out to different news outlets, but different news outlets are staffed by different people who process the information at different rates, you know? They may have different like tiers of fact checkers. I'm not entirely sure. And Hydrono with the $1. Hey Vosh, can you check this dumb article out? Oh no. I will talk about it when I talk about Jordan Peterson. I promise, okay? I'm sure that it's full of good memes, to say the least. Yeah, another ANCOM. What happens to a candidate's delegates after they drop out? That's interesting. I'm not actually sure. It might depend state by state. All right. I'm fucking hungry and tired. Fuck all of you. I'm ending stream. Burn the pigs, the $5. Calling it now headline. Buttigieg, Klobuchar, and Sanders win New Hampshire primary. The 3 delegates because six candidates each, etc., etc. Yeah. Klobuchar and Buttigieg together got exactly double the candidates that Sanders did, you know. Very disappointing performance for Sanders. All right, folks. Who's streaming right now? Say something nice to my girlfriend, please. Rose's girlfriend, you're very cute. You have large boobies. In spirit. Maybe not in reality. I don't really know. Maybe you have no boobies. Whatever. All right, folks. We have a candidate. We have a candidate. Arizona Ranger with the $5. Sorry, it's not a lot. Never apologize for any amount you donate to us, comrade. How can I convince my Buttigieg supporter friend to come back to Bernie? He said he used to support Bernie but doesn't find his policies realistic. You would have to figure out what individual policies he doesn't think are realistic, and then you'd have to. This would be like an extremely policy dependent, like hyper specific conversation. I don't have any like broad points of recommendation when it comes to that. Maybe you could just hit them over the head really hard, I guess. All right, folks. I love you all very much. You're all beautiful, fantastic, phenomenal, sexually voracious. I would fuck each and every one of you, except there are kids in the audience. I wouldn't fuck any of you. Get your fucking heads out of the gutter. I love you all, beautiful people. However, I'm tired, and I'm going to stream tomorrow. We're going to talk about all of this again. So, good luck. Be well. I'm hosting Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns, a.k.a. Twappy, a.k.a. the youngest Foreign policy advisor in the history of the country, aka a generally good boy. All right.